Welcome to Studio 4 Ringside. My name is Peter Liopeng and I'm here with Anton Gilmore. Anton, a very, very good venue for this kind of boxing, the sparring, where we're going to be seeing amateurs coming through as professionals.
Great venue. You know, I was here last year for the pro sparring. It went very well. It went smoothly as it did today. We haven't got the numbers that we had last year. Last year we had about 55 odd guys coming through the licensing, and 27 of them last year were white collar fighters, and we had 24 amateurs turning pro. So it was an unusual thing last year. Myself and spoke to Schlocks, and Schlocks went and got approval from BSA to say, okay, let the white collar guys go through and let's see what happens. And they all did pretty well because, you know, as I was saying to you earlier, white collar fighters fight along the same style as a pro boxer. They're not very rigid like the amateurs.
Yes.
And so that happened. So I was amazed to see a couple white collar guys step on the scale today. So if they are allowed to spar, it will be a very interesting phenomena here today, because there's rules and there's rules, and I don't mind bending rules for white collar. I think it's a great thing, but they had a stipulation: no white collars. They have to have a green book. So we'll see what happens here today. I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble, Peter, because I like the fact that people should have an equal chance. I would have brought 3 or 4 white collar guys that I got at my gym that are all really up there, and they could have done it. But you know, we've got a decent crowd here today. It's a very hospitable place. The venue's perfect. We've got this ring here. We've got the cameras. We've got online. We've got myself and Peter. And we've got, you know, the hospitality here is very good. So it's all looking good. Everybody's waiting patiently, though, because we all got here for the 8:30 weigh-in. It's now, what's it, 10:30-ish, and it's almost 11 o'clock. So, you know, it's 11 o'clock, and it's time to get going, because otherwise we're going to be here the whole day. And we all have lives to live, and all the parents are watching online at home. I know Sasha's mom's texted him and said, hey, I can see you online because the cameras are working.
Yes,
so guys,
perfectly. But tell me now, do you have an idea how many boxers now are we going to be watching today?
I think they're just weighing their last few, and we'll get a final tally there of how many fighters, and Schlocks will come up and give us the list of guys that are actually going to be going through the sparring in the running order, and we need that, Peter, so that we can do this properly.
Yes.
But what's interesting is you got a couple promoters here. You got some Brown Mitchells here, managers and commentators, and they're all looking. This is like the yearly sales for the horses.
Of course.
They'll parade them around, and the promoters will be snapping them up, and everybody will be able to see online how good these guys are and which promotion companies out there, be it the Eastern Cape or whoever it is, Free State, signing these guys up and putting them on their things. Because what the bottom line is, you're going to have, let's say you have 50 guys getting through as pro fighters today.
Yeah.
That's in Gauteng. That means they've each got to get 50, that's 50 fights for them to each have 1 fight this year. That, if they're going to get 4 fights a year, that means we're looking at 200 fights for 50 guys today.
Of course.
So do you understand how many tournaments we have to have? And there's rumbling through, you know, as a journalist, you'll know that some big names are pulling out of South Africa. Contracts ended, and so that's the end of that contract. That means we've got to start to find more promoters to put on tournaments. So boxing it's in a good spot, I believe. You know, the ESPN thing and Super Sport, and, you know, everybody doing tournaments.
It is, and let me just pull you in here on some argument that I had yesterday with my co-commentator. I host the show with him on Ringside. Dida Dipeko, you know him. But now, what is your opinion now? We hear people saying boxing is dying, and that is because of MMA. MMA is killing boxing. And let me tell you my view first, before you answer. My view is that these are 2 different sports, right? There's boxing and there is MMA, and you can have people who support both MMA and boxing. You know, you don't have to say, if I watch MMA, I'm turning my back to boxing. You can be a fan of both. And people, so I don't understand when people are saying, no, MMA is killing boxing, boxing is, it does not really matter. For me, it's 2 different sports. Yes, maybe there are more people watching or going to the tournaments, MMA tournaments. So what? You know, the same thing like rugby and soccer. You can't say, oh, rugby is dying now because more people are going to soccer. These are two different sports, right? Similar, but they're different. For me, MMA and boxing are two different sports. They've got their own fans, but you can have both fans on MMA and on boxing. Your view.
So look, years ago, especially when EFC took off in South Africa and the MMA was coming on strong, they stole a huge percentage of the boxing viewership because first of all, we didn't have boxing on SABC for almost 10 many years. And so everybody was migrating to the MMA, getting to watch it on TV, getting to become knowledgeable of how MMA works, then finding that they had a lust for it because it's a blood sport and people get, and it's very attractive.
Yes,
but it's bloodthirsty, and so you had a different crowd of people. And the world's a little bit of a strange place at the moment. Everybody's angry because it's hard times. We've been through COVID and things. So they were attracting all these people that were going through a rough time, in my opinion.
Right.
And people were enjoying the MMA because it was dark. And slowly but surely, you know, when you have too much of a good thing, EFC is on every month, and they're doing a lot of tournaments. Those people have got a bit tired of the MMA, and they're actually coming back to boxing.
Come back to boxing, yes.
Then we had ESPN. We started to have a lot more tournaments than we have in the past. You know, I'm not sure of the tally, but we had a great number of tournaments last year. I think it was 38 tournaments or something
in
like
total,
that.
that's right, And 12 of them from ESPN, as you say,
And so we had a lot of tournaments. That's a lot of tournaments, you know. We're doing well. Boxing's not dead. It's, if you're looking at boxing from a promotion perspective, you'll see it in a different light as from an audience perspective or a coach's perspective. If you got if you're a coach and you got 2 oaks in your gym, it's dead because you don't have enough fighters.
Exactly.
But if you look at Brian Mitchell Academy and things like that,
or the part is about to start now, and I think there's announcements as to which bouts will be coming through. Let's try to have a listen.
Kanamba. Bout number 6, Lifadada, Joan Mosted. Bout number 7, Damien Safi, Fanakona Numalu. Bout number 8, Pele Khonzwane, Lungamgom. Bout number 9, Matthew Peterson, Emmanuel Skippers. Get ready. What I'm requesting from the trainers, or call it coaches, you know the sizes of the gloves of the certain division. If from welterweight upwards, you know you're supposed to wear 12 or 14 ounce. From junior welter downwards, 10, 12, please. We must not just come here to kill one another. We are here to show that we are prepared to be professionals.
interesting things. We've
Please.
got to keep you guys entertained while we're waiting for this.
Right.
We've got some big names here. So, an old friend of mine, Mark Stradham, his son, Carl Stradham, is here for his sparring. Okay?
Yep.
And Carl is brilliant. He used to box with me all those years ago. I believe he boxes at Vusi. Yeah, Brian Mitchell manages him, so you can see him coming through the Golden Gloves fold. I just saw some guys down here, Samson and Kula, he's training some guys. So I'm looking around at the parcel of guys that we got here. What sort of talent is here? And I'm going to walk around in a minute or two and just go get some names so I can give you the info of what sort of crowd we're looking at today here. There were a couple guys that arrived and they were 36 years of age and 37. Sadly, the cutoff is 35 for boxing.
35 years.
Okay.
All right.
So, and they're good fighters. I've seen them before. They traveled all the way from Middleburg to get here to spar for their license, and they're catching a ride home for nothing today because they weren't allowed to box. But you know that I do master box.
I know.
Okay.
I do master box.
And so these guys are the 35 plus. They
Right.
can come into master box and they can still have the opportunity to fight for Gauteng, SA, and world titles. Eh?
Wow.
And so, and it's officiated. It's run under the Boxing Act. It exists just below in the same code as amateur boxing. Eh?
Yes.
So let me elaborate while we're killing time. So generally, these white collar master box fights are 4 rounds, 2 minutes. With the SA title and the world titles, you're looking at 6 rounds.
All right. So it's 6 rounds of 2 minutes each.
6 twos, yeah.
Right.
And they're looking after the 2 minute thing because, you know, the guys are aged, so you don't want to pop a heart
Of course.
or anything like that. So it's all the rage at the moment. You know, I hosted the first Master Box tournament last year in November,
Yes.
and we had 700 people.
Wow.
Yeah, coming to watch myself and Grant a big fight, and Johnny Anthony and Mornay Tiernason, and quite a few other names. And since that event, people are coming out of the woodwork, and they all want to have a go. All these past these sell-by date boxers, they all want to jump in the ring. Do you understand what happens when a guy like Grant Abib or an Anton Gilmore steps back in the ring? All their fans from those years ago, when they see their old
Exactly.
coach or their old guy that they used to support,
100%, yes.
and you pull the numbers. Let me
Yeah.
tell you, I've got an event on the 25th of March. It's the Master Box Southern Giant. It's going in Brixton. We've already sold 600 tickets. We haven't even opened the ticket sales, okay?
Wow.
That's just for Grant Abib and Johnny Kun. So we've got 2 great names from those years coming back into boxing. So we're looking at 1,500 people coming to the event on 25th of March. White collar boxing is big, but today is all about pro boxing. I don't want to drive down that road too long because I don't want to steal the time and
Yeah.
do self-marketing.
Well, we have the time because we're still waiting there. You know, nothing's happening, and as you say, they're tallying up the numbers and then getting all the boxing and the opposition and who's going to fight who. So yeah, and the list will be ready probably in the next 10, 20 minutes.
Yeah, about 10 minutes, then they've got to photocopy it, bring us a copy, get
Yes.
everybody ready.
That's
So I
right.
imagine in the next 20 minutes we're rolling, getting underway. So let me tell you, I brought Sasha Tesna. He turned pro about 6 years ago with me,
Yeah.
but then fell pregnant. His wife fell pregnant, and you know had to go back to work to make a living. He
Yes,
didn't have
yes.
any sponsors, so he packed it in.
Wow.
He walked back into my gym 3 months ago. He had a white collar fight. He said, you know what, I think I can actually do this pro thing again. Went down from 70 kilos, arrived today at 62 kilos, lost 8
62
kilos
Right, yeah.
in 2 months.
Yeah.
And he's ready to have a go. And he sparred this week, and he's looking fantastic. So that's Sasha Tesna. Keep an eye on him.
Yeah.
And I'm talking from a favoritism perspective because I know who I've got in the
Of
crowd
course,
with me.
exactly. These are your
And then-
boxers, you know
yeah.
all about them, yeah.
And then I got Raisa Esop. She was one of my top girls back in the late 2010s, 2009 and 10. And she fought the Danish champion in her 5th fight, okay?
Yeah.
She was a former SA kickboxing champion. She was 18 or 19 years old. She beat the Danish champion
She beat the Danish champion.
just
With
like
only,
that.
Only what,
5
5
fights, 5 fights,
My
eh?
goodness, yeah.
And then she wanted to come back into boxing, and I said, well, you're 32 years of age, you know, let's have a white collar fight. So she also fought on the event last year,
Yeah.
and she looked phenomenal. She
Wow.
brought the crowd second to none because, look, she's an Indian lady. So
Exactly.
let's look at it this way.
Yeah.
Without being racist, it's an Indian lady with a Muslim background coming into boxing. She's 32 years of age. She brings a sphere of influence with her. we had a span of people. I mean, they bought all the tables, you know.
Exactly. Because this is what it's all about, you know, bringing in the crowd.
You want to put bums in seats. If
Yes,
I'm a
bums in
promoter,
seats, yeah.
Raisa and Sasha are two people that I'm going to sign up straight away because I know I'm going to be selling out a crowd.
Of course.
You know what I'm
that's
saying?
right, yes.
So I always punt that. And any of my fighters that have ever been on my tournaments, or Paul Kamangas, all that shares, I made sure that everybody in social media and on the local Gazette papers got to know about my fighters because I sell the emotion of my fighter, who they are.
Yes.
Now, Raisa at 20, she fell pregnant, got married, started studying a doctorate
Yeah.
in a master's, a master's in engineering.
Engineering,
She's
wow.
20 years old. She finishes that, gets divorced, gets remarried, has another child, okay?
Goodness.
In that time, she starts building shopping centers. Yesterday, she handed over a shopping center or a massive building at the Hillen Empire, the extension. She built that with her guys. So, like, I marvel at her.
Wow.
And that's
Wow.
Raisa Esop, guys. Keep an eye on her. She's a tearaway fighter. She's very aggressive, but she can also box.
She's
so
quite an inspiration, man.
yeah.
Unbelievable stuff, yeah.
And then Sasha Tesna, you know, coming back into boxing, he's still, you know, he's your typical laborer.
yes.
You know, not stupid or anything like that. Does his job well. He's a hothead, so he stays close to me because I'm able to calm him down.
Yes,
you know,
yes.
and I just really enjoy his boxing. He sparred against Johnny Kuhn during the week just to test his skills. Listen, the boy's fantastic.
Oh,
You know, he's
great,
got
great.
street smarts and ring smarts. He's got
Yes.
a bit of both.
Yes,
He's got attitude, but he knows how to calm down, and he listens to me, and that's the biggest thing. So, yeah, so that's my little parcel of people. I've seen Kolani here with a few guys.
Yes, that's right, yeah. And then you did talk about some of the legends here, Brian Mitchell being here. You know, no one, I don't think anybody in boxing doesn't know who Brian Mitchell is.
Yeah.
Sebastian Rothman
Yeah.
is here. You are here yourself here, Anton Gilmore.
Mhm.
And yeah, who else can we
You know what I'm going to do?
up?
I'm going to walk down. I'm going to walk up to a couple coaches.
Yes.
Ask them who they got today.
That's
and
right.
We're going
Yes,
to come back
please.
to you with some
With the
information.
information here,
Give me
yes.
3 or 4 minutes, guys. Peter's going to entertain you with some singing.
Yeah.
And then I'll be back with some info. Give
Okay,
us 5 minutes.
Great stuff. All right. Yes. Thank you very much, Anton. That's Anton Gilmore, himself a very, very good boxer, a former South African champion. And yeah, I see, as I said, Brian Mitchell is sitting there next to Jeff Ellis. Jeff Ellis, I was talking to him earlier on. Now he was telling me about his son that he himself boxed. And then his son also, at the age of 18, took up boxing, and he was a very, very good boxer, won some provincial and local titles. And after he won some tournament, and the wife said, that's it. You have achieved what you wanted to achieve in boxing. No more boxing. So, yeah, he's now a good businessman now, and they think that it was a good idea for them, for him not to have continued with boxing. The Malinga brothers are here. They've brought in some boxers. Peter Malinga, Vosi Malinga, they're all here. They are now coaches now. They're coaching youngsters. And it's good to see that, some of these guys giving back to boxing. And as I just said, if you just joined us, my name is Peter Leopeng, and we are here at Studio 4, Ringside, in Ferndale in Randburg, where we're going to be seeing some sparring, some amateur boxers are going to be boxing and hopefully being given professional licenses, and they can start fighting as pros. For now, they've been fighting as amateurs, and that's the crowd there, as you can see, waiting patiently. We are running a little bit late. We're supposed to have started at 10 o'clock. It's after 11 o'clock now. We're still waiting. The venue here is unbelievable. It's my first time I've seen this place here on video. Somebody posting the video of this place. A huge collection of Harley Davidson bikes, memorabilia. But this place is really, really incredible. I think if you can have time, maybe just come over here and then maybe just come and see what this place is all about. It's really, really unbelievable. The collection of Harley Davidson motorbikes that are here, I just couldn't believe what I saw. It is really, really very, very good. The BSA officials are here. They're still running around, still trying to pair the boxes. they did have their weigh-ins. So you see, the way it works is that now they have to weigh the boxers, and then pair them with somebody who is of their weight, and they're gonna go in there. Gonna have some few rounds, and out of that, the officials will decide and look at these boxers and say, look, yes, you are ready to fight as a professional, or maybe not. If you're not, then maybe you'll have to wait for next year. Go and sharpen up your skills, and then maybe come back after about a year and to turn pro. And that's what we want to see in this country. Really, we have some very, very good talent in this country. We just have to nurture it and make sure that we get these guys focused and giving them a proper training. Yeah, and I think we can be world beaters. We were really before. A very, very good country now, producing world champions. I mean, if you look at some of the champions that we've produced in the past, Brian Mitchell, I think he's still holding the record as the most successful title defenses of his WBA junior lightweight title, 12 times. I think he still holds that record now in the WBA. And we have Vianney Bungu, who defended his IBF junior featherweight title 13 times successfully. 13 times successfully before he moved up to featherweight. Not very, very successful there, but he really was challenging a very, very good champion in Nassim Hamed. And we have the likes of Dingaan Thobela, Baby Jake Matlala. I was watching some of his videos. They were just showing some of his videos on SABC. And it was incredible, really. And I just couldn't believe that I was watching those boxing from Baby Jake Matlala. And some of the fights, I was there myself and watching him. Yeah, unfortunately, he passed away some few years ago, Baby Jake Matlala. But yeah, he was one of our great champions. We have also Sugar Boy Malinga. Sugar Boy Malinga, the first man in this country to win a WBC title, and he didn't do it once but twice. Two-time WBC super middleweight champion, and he was followed by the great Dingaan Thobela, the Rose of Soweto. They're all coming up, and that was really when boxing really was happening in this country. We really produced good champions. Jan Bergman also a WPU champion. Peter Malinga also WPU welterweight champion. The list really goes on and on and on. Sebastian Rothman, I spoke about him. He's here. He's a coach now. He's looking good, and he's really producing some good boxers, some South African champions, and he was the IBO cruiserweight champion, I think, if I'm not mistaken, or junior. At that time they called it a junior heavyweight, but he was here, and I was talking to him earlier on and telling him that I met his friend and former rival, Elmo Reyes. Elmo Reyes now is a businessman, but he realizes that now maybe somebody with his skills, we need people like him to come back into boxing. To come and run boxing, because there've been some complaints about how boxing has been run in this country. But look, we're not here now to bash anybody. All we are saying now is that boxing can be run better. Can be run better than it is right now. There's some improvements. It is happening, and let's hope that it will be positive, and we will see what happens after that. And I was talking to Anton earlier on and telling him that I hear a lot of people saying that boxing is dying, MMA has killed boxing, and like I discussed with him, I said it's not true. It cannot be true. MMA and boxing are two different sports, and fans, you can have fans of both, right? Fans of boxing, fans of MMA. But I don't think that somebody who's watching MMA or who was watching boxing will suddenly say, I'm not going to watch boxing anymore, I'm going to be watching MMA. It's not true. You can be a fan of both, boxing and MMA. And what is wrong with that? Absolutely nothing wrong with that. MMA, yes, they might be getting some big numbers, Maybe they like that kind of activity taking place there. I mean, boxing is controlled. You only use your gloves. You can't use your head. You can't use your elbows. You can't use your feet. But in MMA, you are allowed to use some of those things, and it's okay, you know. And you see a lot of blood there because the sport is far more violent than boxing itself. So, if maybe that's what people want to see, that's okay. People can go and watch that sport, but don't come and tell me that MMA is killing boxing. I'm saying that's nonsense. That's absolutely not. These are two different sports, and I see that Anton is back. So Anton, what could you come up with?
Oh, Peter, you're going to struggle to read my handwriting because I was...
well, if you're here, it's okay. You will read it, and
I'll read it, eh?
Yes, yes.
So, yeah, we've got some interesting info here. Vusi, Matolo, he's got Carl Stradum. Now, Carl Stradum's dad is Mark Stradum.
Yes, yes.
And Carl was a fantastic boxer with me. He had 5, maybe 2. I can't remember exactly, but he only had wins, okay?
Yes.
He boxes very well. He's 69 kilos today, but I think he'll be dropping down to 63. So that's an interesting prospect for the junior welters, okay?
Okay.
And then they've also got Miranda Malajika, who was with me when Ricardo was there, and he was also at South
Is he younger or older than Ricardo?
He's younger.
Younger than Ricardo,
Yeah.
okay.
And he's a totally different fighter. You know,
Wow.
Ricardo was the hit and mover type
Yes,
guy,
yes.
the Pacquiao style fighter.
Right.
And Miranda is settled down in front of you like a Mexican and have a go.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got a great left hook, and he'll be a fantastic. He's a former SA champion, like Ricardo was.
Yeah.
I mean, Ricardo was 6-time SA champion. I think he's only won it 2 or 3 times.
Sure.
But he's hot. And then Brian said they got another guy here, Cole. They didn't drop a surname, so that's fine. And then Kolani, he's brought a guy called Kuzwaya Olindo. So we'll see how that goes. Chad Stradum brought Damien Safi, not from the Safis that we know, Errol Safi,
Yes,
and
yes,
from the
yes.
Smiths guys.
Right.
His dad's apparently got some entertainment venues, to put it lightly, okay?
Yeah.
And then we got Willie, we call him Coach Willie.
Yeah.
He's got Andili Kracha.
Is it
All
only
right.
one? Andy Latacha only.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's it. And then Matthew Peterson there. We got Antonello, who was in the crowd. Antonello is a former, I think he was a heavyweight back then, and maybe a light heavy, a
Yes,
cruiser.
yes, yes. I seem to
He
remember the
actually
name
boxed
also,
under
yeah.
me. Yes, he was a heavy because he fought Julian, who was also from my gym, Julian Cook, and sadly he lost that fight. But anyway, Antonello Marie is there. They got Keegan, Denzel Superside, and then I walked over to Sebastian Rothman, and he's got JP Kakhanani,
Yes.
and they got Umbo Neni, and then they got a guy called Cole as well.
Carl as well, yes.
And then Tumina Kedi is also on the list there, and he came with the guys from Veritas, eh? So that's the Aldo's guys. So we've got a mishmash of people here.
It sounds like it's going to be very, very interesting, Anton. It's going to be interesting, and I can't wait. I can't wait really to see these guys, doing their thing in the ring, and I've got no doubt that all of them, that these guys that I've just spoken about, will pass the test and then be given pro licenses.
Sure. You know, if you got an amateur boxing tournament, you'll weigh at, let's say, 8 o'clock. Today it started at 8:30. You had to be at 8:30.
Yes.
They started the weigh-in at 9. 3 hours later, it seems, we're going to start the boxing. The timelines, it should have been just rolling out, sadly, you know. Everybody arrived on time. But anyway, we're about to get going, because there's 3 hours of sitting around. People just get edgy waiting around
they're waiting
in a
around.
studio, you know.
Yeah, and you can imagine also the poor boxers also who have to be boxing. Now they're sitting here now and they don't know what
and
is
they
happening.
pulled weight last night, and they
Exactly.
don't want to eat now because they're going to spar soon, because you don't want to be too full in the stomach when you're having a sparring session.
That's
Nevertheless,
right.
that's the problem with the boxers have to handle. I see Schlox is getting almost ready there. They're writing out the program for us to start to commentate on who's going to be up next and so on. There were a couple white-collar guys, like I said earlier, that didn't get through, and the funny thing is they'll be going on to the master box. I haven't got much more information until we get our program, guys.
But I think you really can have some good information here with all these trainers going to them, asking them about their boxers, which boxers they've brought in today, and it looks like a very, very interesting list. And yeah, let's see what these guys can do. I can't wait. You know, boxing. And I was saying earlier on, you know, just when we were running around or whatever, and I said, we need to go back to the days of boxing when you guys were participating. Cassius Baloyi, and I remember that epic fight that we had with Cassius Baloyi. So now we need to have those kind of boxers and also that kind of interest to bring it back into boxing. Do you think that we can get to that level?
You know, from a professional, bringing it back to boxing. So it takes a whole lot of marketing.
Yeah.
You know, you can't just put an event on and say these guys are fighting and not talk about the essence of each fighter in the event, okay?
Yes.
So if you're putting a fighter on, people like to hear the story, like Paul Kamanga coming through, 9 people living in a back room, and eventually, you know, becoming a world title contender and eventually winning a title overseas. People love those stories, you know. So when we have more of those stories, people get interested in boxing, and you've got to sell the emotion. People buy a pair of Nike tackies or whatever tackies or items because they esteem, they sell, they buy into the emotion. So when you start to watch a fighter and you find out that he came from a disadvantaged background or he was super rich or whatever, people like to know that that's the type of person that they're supporting and go down the road, and they'll get be there in their droves. Like, I'm going to give you for instance, we haven't had an Indian female lady for a long time, Raisa Aesop. She pulls a crowd of note. Sasha Tesner, going back to that, he knows everybody in Alberton, so we've got the Alberton crowd there will be coming to support him. So when you've got a fighter that's going to be that has a draw card like a Charlie Ware that used to have in those days, Grant Messias, things like that. Those pull in the people to the boxing arena, and we can fill stadiums with that type of thing, you know. But people need to know when they're fighting, and they need to sell it in the media and the newspapers, that sort of thing. So, you know, I make sure that whenever I host a tournament, I always let people know the story, behind the fighter, you know, so that people are emotionally invested in the event. So I do think we can bring back people and the masses to a tournament. So I'm going to go back onto this little quick brag.
Yes,
I'm going to have a white collar tournament on the 25th of March. We're going to have 1,500 people there.
1,500 people. That's a lot of people.
And that's for a white collar master box tournament.
Yeah.
It's unusual. I mean, we struggle to fill a venue for amateur and pro tournaments, but a white collar tournament outdoes that, you know.
Yes.
And the reason is because we are selling that person's heritage.
Yes.
So if you've got an Anton Gilmore, Cassius Boy,
right. Yes.
you pull that crowd with you.
That crowd,
so
yes.
now we need to develop personas in the press with each one of our fighters. So I was just picking on Raisa. I mean,
Yes.
she's got a massive following
No,
in Zach
exactly.
Park,
That's the
and they're all
number of
becoming-
people, yes, that you said she can bring. Unbelievable stuff.
and she's a female, she's an Indian,
Yeah.
she's a Muslim.
Wow.
You know, we're going to draw that crowd. Then we've got Sasha, who's from Alberton. We've got that crowd coming. People all know that Sasha's gone up and down in life, and his boxing is about going down 7, getting up 8.
Yeah.
And Sasha's that type of guy, you know, he's had a hard
Wow.
time in life.
Yeah.
But the stories of disadvantaged people coming into boxing, and they find out that they grew up in the gutter and they're making it. People love that. But we've got to
Yeah.
tell that story so that people become emotionally invested in the fight and they arrive at the tournament.
Exactly.
What do you think, Peter?
Yes, no, it's great stuff. It's great stuff. Look, I'm interested in knowing this. I mean, talking about this lady, you say she's an Indian and she's Muslim. And we know how conservative Muslim people are, you know, especially women. They can't do certain. I'm surprised that now she can even do sport. In fact, I think as far as I can remember, I think she must be the first Muslim woman to be involved in boxing. I can't think of anyone else.
So, look, there have been some girls from Aldos that have boxed a bit, and I'm not sure if they were Muslim or not.
Yes.
They did come through. So there were some colored girls. We've got a serious Indian lady there with Raisa.
Yeah.
So I understand it, that she could possibly be one of our first
Exactly.
Muslim ladies.
Exactly.
And I don't want to shoot anybody else down,
Yeah.
but that's a good one. But she comes with that type of thing. And you get different levels of conservatism in the Muslim, like essentially they shouldn't be boxing and this and that. But this is on the lower spectrum of observance.
Exactly,
Okay, not to say
exactly.
they're any less Muslim than the rest,
Right.
but you've got different factions or strengths of
Yes,
faith.
exactly.
You know,
That's right. Yes, faith. Yeah, but I'm really impressed, Anton. I must tell you that you know, with the Raisa, you know, that her coming into of all sports, choosing boxing. You know, I mean, the other sport that she could have decided now, you know, to go into. She's choosing boxing, and we love it. We love it. We just want to see that happening in boxing, and then the incredible crowd that you say she brings. You know, all the following, all the people
Yeah.
are following her because of a personality. Unbelievable stuff.
you know that she is a former SA kickboxing champion, and she
Wow,
came to
wow.
me when she was about 15 or 16, maybe 17,
Yes.
and she said, no, kickboxing doesn't have anything more to offer.
To offer,
So she
yes.
came over to boxing, and then she had a good go, and she had her 6 fights, 6 wins.
Mm.
And so now we've got her coming into the boxing. She brings with her her nationality, the kickboxing crowd that know her community from Zach Park,
Oh man,
and everybody she's met through
this is great stuff.
our tournaments. I mean, she sponsored my last event.
Oh,
She's got a company called Remisa Construction,
yes.
which she built in her 20s, and now she's got 2 kids and she's doing really well. I just love the story. I'm punching her a bit too much, but
Yes. No, it's
each
true.
one of
No,
these
keep
people,
on
yeah,
punching,
have
no
a story,
problem.
you know.
Yes.
Like
yes.
for me,
Mm.
Carl Stradham, who's Mark Stradham's son. Mark Stradham fought on the Golden Gloves tournaments back
Yes.
then.
Yeah.
He fought Zach Makwasa
I
and
remember. Yes.
the other guy we were talking about it 10 minutes ago.
That's right. Yeah.
And he was a great fighter, a big heavyweight. He was trained by Alan Talweel at one stage, funny
Yes.
enough, and he was chief sparring partner to Pierre Kutzer.
Yes. Yes.
Now, his son, Carl Stradham, is here today for his pro license. I'm really interested in that. It's a big name for me, you know,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I think people are going to be surprised at the ability of this kid.
Yes. I see officials now moving around there, and then they're taking up their places, the judges at ringside. I think now we're about to start now.
We are just about to start, and funny enough, the rain just decided it's going to start.
Exactly.
Eh?
Rain also decides to start now.
So, you know, maybe they coordinating themselves. So we're settling down. We'll get our list of fighters that are going to be on in order. We'll be able to read that out to you guys so that parents and friends at home that are online with us will be able to see, and they can get themselves ready and know when to go get the coffee and the popcorn and not to.
Exactly. They're taking up their seats now. I'm definitely sure now this time around, that we're just about to start. So we'll be starting with the first bout. They'll be coming through, and then we'll hear now what happens and see. I can't wait. It's going to be very, very interesting. This boxing, it's called sparring. These boxers are going to come into the ring, do their thing, and the officials will be watching them and deciding which of them are going to make it into the professional ranks, and then they'll be given the licenses. They're going to be licensed by BSA Boxing South Africa, and from there on, yes, they can fight as professionals. And if maybe you wonder the difference between professional boxing and amateur boxing, you don't get paid for fighting. You don't go into the ring and you don't get paid. You win. You probably get a trophy and a title, but you do not get. There's no money involved. As soon as you move to professional ranks, now you become a professional boxer. You get paid for stepping into the ring. So that's the difference between amateur boxing and professional boxing. And by the way, what you get paid, that's the thing about professional boxing. Whatever you get paid, it's not determined by your performance in the ring. You can get into the ring as a professional, get knocked out in the first round, or you can go the full distance. You still get paid the same. So, in short, you get paid before you even participate. It's already known that this is how much your purse is. So the way it works, the way I see it, is that now every fight that you fight in as a professional determines your the purse for your next fight. If you perform well in this fight, it determines your purse for the next fight. So yes, we guys seeing the professionals, they've taken up their seats. We're expecting I can see Jaap van Nieuwenhuizen there, standing next to Thabo Spampul. I think Thabo Spampul with a cap, the man with a cap there sitting down is standing up now. That is gonna be one of the judges, one of the officials really, scoring for these boxers. And the way it's going to be, by the way, it's not going to be, there's going to be two boxers jumping into the ring. It's not going to be a case of, oh, this one wins against this one. No, it's got nothing to do with it. The both boxers can go in. If they perform well, both of them, for instance, can be given a license as professionals. Or one of them can be given a license as a professional, or maybe both of them might not be given licenses as professionals. So you go in there, it's not about winning. It's not about putting up a good show against your opponent. It's got nothing to do with that. It's got to do with the officials deciding that the way you are fighting, you are ready to fight in the professional ranks. So yeah, watch out for that. They're going to be jumping into the ring, as I say. You're not going to get a winner or a loser. You're going to get an opinion from the judges saying this person fought well, and we think they are ready to fight as professionals. Because, as I said, there's the difference between amateur boxing and professional boxing. Other than the money, yes, amateur boxing normally is 3 rounds of 3 minutes each. And professional, you can fight 4 rounds, you can fight 6 rounds, you can fight 12 rounds. So it's just the number of rounds, really, when it comes to the difference again between amateur boxing and professional boxing. Other than the monetary part, it is the number of rounds that you fight as a professional. And yes, the professionals also fight with the vests on. They fight with vests, and then sometimes even with headgears. But professionals, they don't have vests when they fight, and also they do not have headgears. So yeah, we're seeing everything's coming together now. That's Lethonolo Ramahole taking the mic. I think he'll be announcing the first bout. We're waiting for him now to tell us now who the first bout is going to be. And I see also Anton Gilmore is down there with his script. He's talking to people, talking to some boxers, taking some notes. And there is some lady also stepping into the ring. I think it's going to be given a mic. Yes, she's going to be announcing the first bout. So let's see what she has to say.
Once you finish announcing, don't you want to take the mic to the timekeeper? So he also needs it. Thanks.
Hello. So I must look this side. Am I standing right now? That's fine.
Take your hint lapha. Na hint yakho phezulu. Take your hint. Usebenza nalaba bantu. You can start. You can start. But you can start after. Yeah, it's fine. Got it.
A fabulous afternoon to you, South Africa, and a warm welcome to the Boxing South Africa Gauteng Sparring Professional Licensing. My name is Ginger the Voice, and today we are here to watch young lions who are excited and enthusiastic. Before we start, I would like us to please stand and have a moment of silence. And soon after that, can we please sing the national anthem? Nkosi sikeleli Afrika, maluphakanyisa uphondo lwayo, yizwa imithandazo yethu. Nkosi sikelela thina lusapho lwayo, murena buluka sitshaba sa Yesu, ufedise tintwali matshwenyeho, usibuluke, usibuluke sitshaba sa Yesu, sitshaba sa South Africa, South Africa. Eti blow fan on seyemel, eti dip te fan on sie. What a die grondste antwoord geeft. Sounds the call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and fight for freedom in South Africa, our land. You can all clap hands. And now, I would like to call upon our Gauteng Provincial Manager, Shocks Ramachole, to welcome us.
Humble greetings to everybody, and it's another year again of recruiting new initiates into the pay ranks, and I am hopeful it's going to be quality over quantity this time, where we prove where the real Mecca is, between Gauteng and Eastern Cape. So without any waste of time, I'm going to extend the welcoming invitation to the Director of Operations so that he can welcome you properly. But nonetheless, good luck to all pugilists, and let's have a great sparring. As we call Mr. Mandla Ntlangani, the Director of Operations, to just extend the welcoming. Can we give him a round of applause, please?
Thank you, folks. Good afternoon, everyone in the house. Can you just clap hands, man, because this is a very beautiful day today. First and foremost, let me welcome everyone in the house. Let me welcome those that are watching on social networks, because the event is live as we speak on YouTube, Facebook, and other various social networks. And first and foremost, let me thank the boxers, main people in the sport of boxing, that is the boxers, who will be coming in to showcase their skills here today. Let's welcome the boxers, and we say that good luck to all the boxers, and we are looking forward to welcome you in the professional ranks. Let's welcome all the managers that are here, who are working tirelessly, day in, day out, with all the boxers that we're going to be seeing here today. Your work does not go unnoticed. Thank you very much to all the managers that are here. Let me welcome the promoters who are here today. I can see they are sitting there at the back. Thank you very much, promoters, for making time to be here, to come and witness the pugilists that will be showing their skills here today. We say that we want to see these young boys and girls in your shows. 4-rounders, 6-rounders are key in order for us to make sure that we've got great talent in this country. Let me welcome trainers and seconds who are also working very tirelessly in the corners to prepare these boys to be what they are today. Once again, let me welcome the ring officials who are doing a sterling job in terms of making sure that each and every tournament they do officiate and make sure that our tournaments are what they are supposed to be. Welcome to all the ring officials. Let me welcome our sister and our partner, that is Sanabo, the South African National Boxing Organization, whom we are taking your talent. You took them at a very young age. You are now releasing them to the professional ranks. And we are saying that we appreciate the good work that you are doing on the ground, and also implementing the MOU that we've signed in February 2022. Let's welcome Sanabo. One special welcome, ladies and gentlemen, is our former champions who took time to come and witness this particular event. I'm saying that we are honored to have the undisputed 14-time IBF WBA champion, Brian Mitchell. Welcome, sir. We really welcome you. For you boxers that will be showing skills there, he started as an amateur. He took South Africa to greater heights. He's here today to say that and motivate you to say that you want to follow his footsteps and be able to surpass what he has done for this country and this particular continent. Let's welcome our former SA champions that are here. I see the current SA middleweight champion, Asema Tlevelem. Where are you? I saw you around. Welcome, champion. This means that there is direction that we want to see. We want to see you being SA champions. We want to see you being world champions. Smash Hadebe, can you stand up? That's one other world champion that we have amongst the house. one of the powerhouse that we have. But what we will do as we move on, we will introduce our SA champions that are here. We will introduce our former champions that are here. We are just highlighting that this event have been graced by the great minds. And the chairperson of the sanctioning committee, I can see Mr. Andre de Vries is here, the chairperson of the South African Ratings Committee. Mr. de Vries, we are welcoming you as well. Thank you, Andre, for gracing us to be here. So this is a great event, colleagues. Last but not least, let me thank Uthio for availing this venue for us, a very beautiful venue that I believe that more things are going to happen in this particular venue. Thank you very much. Other introductions will be done by the program director or ring announcer as the time moves on. Thank you very much, colleagues. I think we are ready for action now. Thank you.
Boxers, get ready. Bout number 1 is about to kickstart. The ring announcer will just confirm.
Bout number 1, Sandile Vessels versus Sipho Shabalala.
No more fighting as amateurs.
Yeah, fighting as rank amateurs. I think they're trying to, like you progress from that. You relax a little bit on the rules. The amateurs are very.
Bout number 2 is going to be Siamtanda Wapela versus John Turner.
A little bit more, have a little bit more movement, not so Olympic style boxing, where they're standing straight up, in and out only. They're able to defend
Sandile
themselves
Vessels,
nicely with
red
blocking.
corner.
So I think that's the big difference. We've got our first guy stepping in.
Yeah,
and
who's
that's
that now?
Sandile Vessels.
Oh, that's Sandile Vessels.
Jumping in.
All right, there he is. He looks very, very confident. And that's another thing.
We
that you
also
need
have
to have.
Sipho
You need to be
Shabalala
confident
in the
when you
blue
go into the
corner.
ring. You cannot have stage fright, I suppose.
You know what? If my coach was Bernie Paleman, I would be stepping in confidently.
Oh, great stuff.
Now Bernie doesn't bring rubbish to the table.
Oh, yes.
So that's a hot boy there. And you can also see the quality of a fighter, funny enough, by the quality of the equipment that they're wearing,
That they're wearing,
and how they are
exactly.
attired and things like that. So he's got some
Exactly.
decent gloves there. He looks the part,
Yeah.
and so he's already off on his first boxing outing in the pro ranks,
Yeah.
looking the part.
Right. And they're obviously coming in and wearing vests.
Unfortunately,
You know that the
Sipho
difference between
Shabalala
professional
cannot be
and,
found.
amateur is
Moving
now
on
boxers,
to bout 2,
in the amateur ranks wear
flyweight
vests,
division.
but now when it comes
On
to
the red
pros, don't wear
corner,
anything.
we
But now,
have
so they'll be,
Siamtanda
coming in with
Wapela.
vests,
And on the blue
still,
corner, we have
making a transition
Juan
from,
Jacques
from
Turner.
amateur to professional.
Yeah, I think that.
In the meantime, can the junior middleweight get ready for bout 3? Vincent Bembe versus Amos Mpande. In bout 4, Anton Hall versus Kyle Stradom. In bout 5, Charles Griffith versus Ashley Kanyamba. In bout 6, Lifa Dladla versus Juan Mostert. In bout 7, Damian Safi versus Mfana Ukona Ngumalo. In bout 8, Pulego Ntswane versus Lunga Mngova. In bout 9 of the middleweight, Matthew Peterson versus Emmanuel Shippers.
Bouts that will be coming through. The first one in the flyweight division, Sandile Vessels. We saw him. He was in the ring. He just left. He's going to be up against Sipho Shabalala. There are the boxers coming through now. Sandile Vessels, trained by Perman.
Let's give a round of applause for Siamtanda Wapela in the red corner.
Siamtanda Wapela. Oh, okay. This is a different one. Yeah, no, this is a different one. Yes, yeah, Siamtanda. This was supposed to be bout number 2. So it has been moved up to bout number 1. Siamtanda Wapela. He's in the blue trunks. And Juan Jacques Turner is in the red, all in red, red vests and red pants. They're getting final instructions from Reverie Tabos Pampul, very experienced Reverie in the professional ranks. That they'll be going starting up. There they go. Round number 1. Beautiful jabs coming from both boxers. Remember, they've got to impress the judges. They've got to impress the officials at ringside. Wow, beautiful combinations there coming from Jacques Turner.
Yeah, very nice. He's an upright boxer still. Right hand he's carrying low. He does get caught now and then when he's coming in on the counter attack. The little man, let me just check his name.
It's Jacques, yeah. That's Juan Jacques Turner.
And
Siamtanda Wapela.
Siamtanda looking good. He's moving nice. He's got the slips and rolls. I enjoy his style of boxing. Both look good, I must be honest. It's a decent quality. But I think Turner just needs to keep those hands up, eh?
Yes, you're right. Especially the right hand is carrying it too low, and it's open for a left hook.
You know, a big left hook answers prayers. You know, we used to call it the please help me God shot. Because when you're in trouble, I would throw the left hook and it answers my prayers in those days, you know.
Very interesting. What? Please help me God.
It's my please help me God, yeah. I remember I was fighting in the SA Championships and this oak was going to knock me out. He actually became his Ernest Birtboy. He became SA featherweight champion, then got killed in the Cape Flats. But he was close to knocking me out, and I knocked him out, thank God.
Yeah, with the left hook. Please help me God. Punch.
And he's a southpaw, so you know, left hook against a southpaw is what you need. Exactly. This is nice. So after a minute or two, it settles in, and the stronger fighter coming through nicely. It's good boxing, I must be honest. Boxing. This is classy.
Yeah, I'm really impressed also. I'm really impressed. I'm looking at these two guys. I think they know exactly what they're doing. And if it's according to me, yes.
So you could see the guy was carrying his hands around his chest height, and then he got caught with 2 shots, picked his hands up, which is a good thing. He knows how to defend himself.
Exactly.
You know, if he left his hands down, it would be over by now.
That's right.
But he's still carrying his hands low. And it's one thing he's going to have to fix up as he goes forward.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's a bad habit that his trainer needs to work on when he turns a professional. But by the way, how many rounds are we expecting here?
You know what? Once they've seen that they're happy with this guy's ability, they can call after 1 round. But if they're not certain, they can make it go 3 rounds.
Oh, okay. All right. That's when they're still undecided. And it's what, 3 minutes round, by the way, right?
I imagine it would be, you know. It's the transition that they're looking for from 2 minutes to 3 minutes.
To 3 minutes, yeah.
And it's almost one-way traffic. This kid that's he's chopping the body nicely. He's got his hands up. Oh, he's got some seriously good punches. Slipping on the uppercuts, staying in close there, being guarded, and just picking off the taller man. I love that style of boxing. I really take my hat off to him.
Yes.
It's Bernie Paleman's guy. So
That's right.
say no more. You
Yeah,
can
it's
see.
no more, as you say. That's right. Yeah. His name is Mtanda Wopela. Mtanda Wopela. He's up against Juan Jacques Turner. Very, very good boxing, really, from these two guys.
It was good. You know, what's the important thing is can Jacques Turner pick up after the end of that last round? He was going downhill. He was getting picked off nicely.
Yes, as
Okay.
you can see now.
We've
that,
just
yeah.
been shown, we've got some highlights. Look at that. So he started to pour the pressure on as the round went on, and by the end of that round, he was all over him. So let's see if Turner can actually make a comeback in this next round.
Yes, yeah, they're going for round number 2. So the judges still want to see a bit more of what they saw in the first round. Let's see what round 2 brings. Now tell me, Anton, the gloves that they're wearing, are they
So look,
who's providing that?
they obviously look. The boxers bring their own gloves, all right. And
Oh,
so the
okay.
one guy's wearing a pair of kicks gloves. They're very good gloves. I actually supply them, so I'm giving myself a punt there. And
Yes.
they 14s, decent gloves.
Oh, 14s.
And they, that was a seriously bad connection. Okay, and if
Yes.
that guy doesn't learn to pick his hands up or move his head,
Exactly.
he's going to get
You-
tagged like
you-
that all the
you-
time.
You've said it before, Anton. You said now, you don't like Jacques' way of dropping his hands, and he's paying for that. He's
Yeah.
paying a price for that now. You see.
And if you noticed, he's only going around onto his left-hand side,
Yes.
the other guy's right hand. He's going to get picked off with that right hand. Now he's decided to change the direction. He gets caught with the left hook. So there is no winning direction for this guy, it seems. Anyway, Jacques is getting chewed up here by Asia Tanda.
Yeah, so Mtanda really, it's okay. The
Shame.
the
It
referee
was-
Thabo Spampult stepped in and stopped the fight,
Yeah.
and you think it was a good thing.
Yeah, definitely. It was going to be one-way traffic after that, and the kid was going to get hurt.
Yes. Yeah, and-
Jacques Turner now has an opportunity to come back next year if he gets it today, which I doubt, because
Okay.
that's
Yes.
an outclass of note.
All right.
He can come back next year and have another go,
Another go.
or he can join white collar boxing.
Yes, yeah, okay, yeah. There's the man there in the picture, and this is now what happened. How the referee Thabo Spampult decided that he was going to stop this contest. You see Wopela.
So you were asking me earlier on, what
Yes.
are the refs and judges looking for? Watch the hands.
Right.
The one that is doing the attacking, Temba, he's got his hands up and he's attacking properly. The other one's got his hands down and he's getting his head taken off.
Yes.
So they're looking
Yeah.
for that type of safety.
Exactly. You've gotta
Thank
be-
you to our
it's very
boxers.
important to be able to-
We are
to
now
protect
down with bout
yourself,
2 and going
in-
back to
in
bout
fight.
1 as Sibo Shabalala has come back. In the meantime,
that's
I'd
it.
like to introduce our judges for today. We have Don Bench, Toto Shweni, Rian Janse van Rensburg, and our supervisor in charge, Shoks Ramahole.
Okay, guys, so the first bout that was supposed to take place is now acting as the second bout. Sandile Vessels versus Sipo Shabalala.
That's right. Yeah, because Sandile Vessels was in the ring, and I think maybe his opponent, Sipo Shabalala, was not ready, so they had to
Going
move
back
that
to bout 1,
bout to...
we have Sandile Vessels on the red corner versus Sipo Shabalala on the blue corner.
So, guys, just to let you know where we are, we're at Studio 4 in Randburg, in Lynn Road. You are ringside with Studio 4, and myself and Peter Leo Peng on
And our
here
referee for
commentating.
today is Thabo Spampure.
It's such a privilege to be sharing the mic with you, Anton. You're very, very knowledgeable in boxing, a former South African champion yourself, and a world title contest. Did you ever win a world title? I'm not sure. Can't
Peter,
remember.
it's the second time I got asked today, because like everybody carries on like I'm a world champion, but the funny thing is I'm the most famous person to come second, okay?
Yeah.
So I beat the WBF world champion, Tony Weeby, and I beat the Commonwealth champion,
Wow.
I forget his name for a second, and then I
Sandile
fought Cassius
Vessels
and Max
come
Gomez.
through.
Yeah.
So I've had my fair share. I was
You've
rated
had
number
your fair
3
share.
by the IBF,
You've had
so
your fair share,
I was
that's
up
right.
there.
Yeah. Another Benny Pellman boxer in Sandile Vessels. There he just steps into the ring. We've seen him before in and he'll be fighting Sipho Shabalala. Final instructions there from Reverie Thabo Spampul. And what size gloves are those?
Look, they got posted items this week, guys. Under this, in this weight category, using 14 ounce.
Okay, 14 ounce. Okay. And then here's an interesting thing. Now both boxers are southpaws.
You know, southpaws are rare. I think they like 1 in 10, if I'm not mistaken, in the boxing world. So 2 southpaws against each other is really unusual.
It's very,
and
very
it makes
unusual.
for an ugly fight or a great fight.
Yes.
And this looks like action from the get-go.
Yeah.
So listen, with all fights, guys, it starts out with this feeling each other, and there's not much for us to say. These guys are just peppering each other, seeing what they got. There's loads of energy, but as the fight calms down a bit after in the second half of the round, then you start to see the real boxing.
And you're right, and most of it's nervous energy. You know,
Nervous
just
energy, spot on.
stepping in and everything, and yeah, like we've seen in the last fight, they start settling down. You know, in the later in the round.
So their last fight, it went 2 or 3 rounds, eh?
It went 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
So, you know, we're getting a little bit of a small boxing tournament show, because we've got 29 bouts today,
Bouts,
guys.
yes.
So we're going to be here all day.
It's going to be here all day.
Might as well start making a dinner for us. And, yeah, it's going to be a long day. We've got 29 bouts, and some of these fights will be knockouts, and some of them will go to 3 rounds. So you guys are going to see a whole boxing tournament of
it's a
top
whole
quality
like, it's a
boxing.
whole like a boxing tournament. And it's just to recap, the man in the red vest is Siamtanda Wopela. No, I'm talking nonsense. It's Sandile Vessels from the Benny Pellman stable. He's up against Sipho Shabalala in all blue.
You know what I've liked about this? As we said, it starts out with all action in the beginning, and then it slows down to boxing.
That's
and
right.
now you got some classy boxing. They
Exactly.
start picking each other off. There's some movement and things. Now you got real boxing happening.
That's right. The nerves have come down now. So yeah, they can go in there now and start enjoying the boxing.
So last year
nice.
when I was commentating,
Yeah.
they were very excited because I was giving them what the technology is, what these guys are doing in opening up their opponents.
Yes.
So allow me to go down that road. But you can see this, the one with the longer arms being Sandili. He's got that long jab. He's trying to pick him off, set him up, keep him at bay. And he's being the taller guy. He's just going to start picking him off now. The shorter guy needs to slip and get in and chop
Yes.
the body like he's just got chopped now.
Exactly. He must use his reach. Reach is very, very important in boxing, and keep your opponent at the end of your punches.
Absolutely. So, look, there was the first round. It calmed down to a fight. I'm just watching the footwork of Sipho, and I see it needs some work. So,
Finishes
you know,
off.
you never know how long his amateur career was and things like that, but a little bit of work on the legs there. Not bad. Okay, and they've decided that's enough. That bout is over.
Oh, the paradox. Okay, so the judges, so like now the officials have seen enough. They've
It
seen
looks that
enough.
way. Spampul is telling them, call it a day, it's enough seen.
Yeah.
And personally, I think so too.
Yes.
Our man there, Sandili
Bout
Vessels.
3, please get ready. Vincent
really well.
Bembe and Amos Mpande.
It's a long day here, guys, so it's no use watching a full 3-round bout.
Of course, yes,
when you can make
decide.
up your in one round.
Exactly, in one round you can make up your mind. Yes, right, yeah. And that seems to be the case in this bout between Sandile Vessels and Sipho Shabalala. They've made up. The judges have decided whether these two guys or one of them or none of them is going to be given a boxing license. So the first 2 bouts gone. We are now going into the
And in our
those two
junior
fights, by the way, was in
middleweight
the
division,
flyweight division.
we have Vincent Bembe in the red corner versus Amos Mpande in the blue corner.
The next bout is in the junior middleweight division. These are the big boys now, or slightly bigger boys. Yeah, no, they're big boys. Junior middle, it's quite big. It's bout number 3, Vincent Mbembe in the red corner against Amos Mpande. Referee calls both boxers to the center of the ring. Tabos Pampur.
So we've got junior middleweight now.
Yeah,
We've got
the junior
Vincent
middleweight,
Bembe,
yes.
Amos Mpanda. Pande.
Yeah. Now they start now. Immediately, Amos Mpande, we can see now is a southpaw.
Well, look, the funny thing is the other kid just switched feet. He went from southpaw to orthodox, back to southpaw. And in my boxing day, when you switched a lot, it was frowned upon. It's done a lot these days. A lot of the MMA fighters coming to boxing do the switching thing.
The switch thing, that's right, yeah.
My coach always said to me, Richard Smith, he said, if you can't master the one side of orthodox boxing, why do you want to go play around on the other side?
Exactly. That is a good advice.
So if you're sitting at home, you can start predicting who's going to actually win. And, you know, like if there was online betting or there was a voting ability on the screen, you'd say blue or red is going to do it. And here it's Vincent or Amos, you know. And I'm watching this, and after about 30 seconds, we can sort of see who's going to be the outstanding fighter, you know. So you got to wait for that nervous energy to calm, and then we start getting into real boxing. So
exactly.
I'm starting to enjoy how this actually transpires, going from that nervous energy,
Yeah,
Peter,
exactly.
into a calm down boxing and
Yeah.
strategy.
Yeah, that's when actually you see real boxing, and you see these guys that they are very ready to go into professional boxing.
So people at home, they test each other with the jab. The jab sets up the big punches, so the jabs should be in your face all the time. Okay?
Yes.
If you're a southpaw, you'll be getting a lot of cross right hands in your face, okay? Because southpaws are open for the right hand and the left hook. So the one kid is changing all the time, and he'll go back to orthodox and then go back to southpaw.
Yeah, but so far, Antoine, what do you think? Are you impressed with these two boxers? You think they're fighting well?
I am. I'm not a big favorite of this switching left southpaw orthodox too often. You know, like you'll find your happy medium, so to speak.
That's right.
I am. You know the guy in the white vest. Forgive me for forgetting his name. Amos.
Mpande, yes,
He was patient and he waited for his time. And I actually still think that he has the ability to land some decent punches, eh? And as the round goes and progresses, when the fatigue sets in, I think Amos will come on nicely. And you saw a nice big right hook and a left to the body, right in the solar plexus, and he handled that punch well. But pulling back with your hands down, he's just asking for a big fat hook in the face. So the kid's getting used to the whole 10-second clap. There you go.
There they go. And who's the coach of Vincent Bembe?
He's from Middelburg, okay?
Middelburg,
and
okay.
they brought another fighter here with him, and he turned 35 or he's 36 next month.
Yeah, and you
So
can
he's
see
too
some
old, so
slow
anyway.
mo action there. Last round to look at Bembe there.
Check it, Vincent. He's already got his own shirt with his name on it.
With the name on it, yes, yeah.
I think they come from an MMA background where they have this as a regular thing. I mean, the MMA guys are far more marketing orientated
Yes,
than
that's
the
right.
boxing fraternity. And that's why MMA took off so quickly, because it was a fresher sport. Boxing's got tradition and long written laws, and we weren't about ego and things like that. No disrespect to the MMA guys.
Exactly.
Anyway, here we go.
All right, round number 2. The officials and the judges, they still want to see more of these two boxers. And there's absolutely no doubt that Amos Mpande is a natural southpaw.
Sure.
Because
and
he's
he's
sticking to
taking over this
southpaw.
fight. Because
Yes.
remember in the first round, he was on the back foot a lot.
Yes.
And he was just biding his time. And now he's come out of this in this round firing guns.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's interesting to see that. You know, you just got to get past the first round and things really start to open up. Those are long punches. They're beautiful punches. I must be honest.
Yeah.
I'm very.
Because he's switching from head to the body.
And they're long range, and he's just staying out of that danger shot. Oh, leaving his hands down. Vincent Bembe coming through with some nice hooks.
Yeah.
And if you're going to drop your hands, you're going to get caught with hooks, eh?
Yeah. Vincent Bembe now, again there he says, he keeps on switching. Southpaw, orthodox.
I think I'm going to eat my hats at some time during the day because I keep on picking this guy and he then catches a couple punches. But nice. Amos coming back nicely. You know, can you weather a storm? That's what the pro judges are looking for you as well. Can you weather a storm? Keep your hands up, move around nicely.
Yes,
so
that's right, yeah. Because now it's going to get tough now when they get into the real fight, yes, as professionals.
You don't want to like blacken the name of boxing, get knocked out in your first fight.
Yeah.
And also, you don't want accidents in pro boxing, you know. So it's very important for these judges to make sure that whoever goes through to the pro ranks can actually look after themselves.
Yeah. I think really for people who just transitioning, people who are just transitioning maybe from amateur to professional, I think they're doing well.
You know what?
They're doing well.
If we didn't know that this was pro sparring, this would actually be a decent pro fight.
Decent fight, exactly. And that's what we're talking about. You see, they settle down now. No nervous energy now. They're coming up now, you know. But yeah, Vincent Bembe switches southpaw. And I've always said that, you know, if you switch, you're either going to confuse your opponent or you're going to confuse yourself.
Yeah,
so you need to know exactly now what you are doing when you switch from one stance to the other.
And you know, when you switch from southpaw to orthodox, your danger is now on the other side. It's no longer the jab, it might be the cross and hook, you know.
Yeah.
So having said that, this is a decent fight. It's really, you know, there's a saying, when you are tired, the mind becomes creative.
Oh.
And that's what happens here. As they
Yeah.
get a bit fatigued, they start to think about their punches a lot more and what are the better punches to throw. They start to aim a lot more as opposed to having just flat out energy. That was a good second round. Thank you.
Yeah, it was a good one. Even the crowd is impressed. They've just given these guys a round of applause.
Look, if you look at the screen there, Peter.
Thank you very
some
much
nice
to the
punches, you know,
boxers.
but if you go get back up on the ropes, you've got to keep your hands up.
Remain
There's
geared
a
up.
clear
Do not
example.
take off your
That's right,
gloves.
yes, I think Amos was
You can leave the
reminded
ring,
that you know,
but remain geared up.
it's not always going to be cool and everything. You can get your opponent rushing at you and throwing all sorts of punches. So you've got to be ready for that. And I think
I would
it was
like
almost
to
like a
acknowledge
baptism of fire for him.
Sebastian Rothmans,
Exactly,
the former
yeah.
South African and IBOWB cruiserweight.
Yeah. I think
Yeah, and
keeping your hands up is definitely
Also in the house
something
we
that
have Vusi Malinga, the former South Africa
And I think some
WBC
dignitaries that are here have
International
been,
Bantam Champion.
introduced.
And now, the next bout, number 4, in the junior middleweight division. Anton Hall in the red corner versus Kyle Stradom in the blue corner.
Wow. I think this is the one that a lot of people are looking
Yeah,
forward to,
look.
Carl Stradom.
been waiting for this for years. I mean, Kyle, you know, he boxed with me from the late teens of 2000.
Yes.
And Aston Hall fought Sasha Tesner
Wow.
2 months ago in a white-collar boxing fight, you know.
Yeah.
And he did really well. He wasn't fit or anything, so he's had 2 months to get ready for this sparring. And I'm glad to see him because he actually was a fairly good amateur. So now coming into the pros, he is a good roller, as they say. You know, if I was
Anton
Reino
Hall in the
Liebenberg,
red corner versus Kyle
It's all
Stradom
rolling.
in the blue corner.
Exactly, 100%, yes, yeah. There they are.
Carl
The guy
Stradom, let
fighting
me
from
tell
the
you.
red corner, Anton Hall.
Listen, Carl Stradom on the right-hand side there in the blue corner.
That's right, in the
That's
blue
Mark Stradom's son.
Yes.
He's cool, calm, and collected, eh? This is going to be incredible.
Exactly. And this is in the junior middleweight division. Let's see what these guys have for us. Nice, beautiful jab there from Stradom. Beautiful punches there coming from Stradom. I like his movement, the way he moves around in the ring.
You know what? Yeah, he does move nicely. He's choosing angles. He'll be here, then he's going to change his position. You know, what's funny thing is about Anton or Aston. He's got his hands down, but he moves his head all the time. And if you're not going to keep your hands up, you always got to move your head. And he's choosing his punches nicely, and he's doing well against Carl. I think, like we said, the beginning of each round always belies what's going to happen later in the bout.
Very, very important, as we said, for these boxers to be able to defend themselves. Because boxing is a dangerous sport, and if you cannot defend yourself, then you're going to have problems.
Yeah. They're still testing each other out, and they're very cautious. Aston's actually an MMA fighter as well, and he's dabbled in amateur boxing and MMA, so he's not too bad.
Not too bad, yes, just really not too bad. But they're fighting well. I don't know from your side, Anton, but I think these guys are showing some maturity, you know, for people who have been fighting as amateurs. Nice maturity, yeah, nice combination of punches and overall good defense.
So what Carl did there, he threw a plain old 1-2,
yeah,
and I saw him calculate that, and he just realized that's the shot. Watch for a couple more 1-2s, and then now it's a timing thing. Can he set up that 1-2 again? With a guy with his hands down, for me it's a right hand, left hook, and then it's tickets.
Yes,
But,
yes. Kyle has got his left hand down, inviting Anton Hall really to throw his right hand. That's what
exactly,
happens
and
now.
have a go. Yeah. You know, from a boxing perspective, if a guy's got his hand down and his right hand's up, from a visual perspective, we are very good at peripheral vision, but the up-down vision we're not so good at. Okay, so if you got your one hand down, you got to now look down and up. Whereas your peripheral vision, you can see across. Okay, so it's awkward when you got a guy with his hand down.
Yeah.
It's a trick of the eye.
You can see Kyle Stradom there with his trainer, Mtolo. That's right?
Vusi Mtolo, yeah.
Vusi
You know,
Mtolo,
Mark
very,
Stradom
very
took
good.
his son to Vusi, and that was a good decision. I mean, they're in with Golden Gloves and Brian Mitchell, and that's going straight to the top, you know.
Yes. That's Kyle now coming up with those combinations.
I like the way Aston boxed. He wasn't overawed by a big name like Carl Stradom.
Yeah, that's right.
Aston,
Yeah. I thought he was going to freeze now, having to face a guy like Kyle Stradom coming from such a big stable of Vusi Mtolo. And Brian Mitchell is here, and if he goes through, definitely he'll be fighting he'll be managed by Brian Mitchell.
I'm sure he would be, and also trained by Vusi and on Golden Gloves tournaments. And I wouldn't waste my time with any other promoter. Seriously, straight to the top.
Yeah, straight to the top.
So now we've got both guys settled in. Should be exciting. Should be the experience of Carl coming through here. But Aston's also been to the SA championships and things like that. So we've got two very skilled fighters, you know.
Yeah, no, they're very, very skilled. I think they are
Carl
really,
Stradom
really
also helps out and runs a gym in El Dorado Park. So he's a coach out there, and they've got about 20 or 30 fighters.
The crowd now is getting excited now because Kyle just landed some 3-4 punches now without a response from Anton Hall.
100%. Aston got caught by Carl setting him up with a nice jab, pushing him back and then teeing off. There you go, nice jab getting through. That's called the sneak jab, by the way, guys. You jab, you lean over, you get his jab going over the shoulder and you get under it. It's a beautiful punch, one of my favorites. It's called the blood nose jab in our gym. Yeah, beautiful, nice. Yeah, and now Carl's going to pick him off. He's going to keep on coming in.
Yes.
And the last time I sparred with Carl was about 5 or 6 years ago.
Yes,
and
yes.
Consider this, I'm pretty good, but Carl gave me a boxing lesson, eh? So
Well,
I know he's a bit rusty at the moment. He hasn't been in the gym like as a fighter for years, but he is good, and I do hold out big hopes for him. And Vusi can turn him around and can remaster him.
So maybe the officials are enjoying this too much now. That is why they allowed them to go into the second round now.
Listen, to be honest, I would like to see a third round in this in this bout. I'm very excited. It's just nice to see good boxing, eh?
Yes, that's right, yeah. And you're right, again, if ever maybe it wasn't really for this, if ever you would be mistaken to think that this is a proper professional fight.
Yeah, this is a proper pro fight. I just want to say that I was watching the action there. Carl's been waiting for the right moment. Aston tends to drop his hands after action, and then Carl's found his left hook. Watch how many times the left hook's going to go through now. Left hook, and he's being caught with the left hook all the time. Yes. Carl has his haymaker ready now. Work on the inside. That's what I always told my boys. You've got to chop the body and then come to the head.
Oh, nice left hook there from Kyle. Straight up.
Yeah, this boxing's really settled down into something nice. I would. The left hook is now. There you go again. Once you find your magic punch, you're going to throw it all the time.
Going to throw it all the time. End of second round.
So that's 2 rounds down, and nothing's gone
Thank
to
you
the
to the
third round
boxers.
yet today.
Carl Stratum, please remain get up. You can go out of the boxing ring, but remain get up.
There's some replay there, but
so that's it.
To see now what happened now.
That's where Carl found that left hook, eh?
Left hook,
Peter?
exactly.
Yeah, and another left hook.
Yeah.
And you'll see they'll be reining in. Nice defense, going back, not getting caught.
Bout number
and
5
the left hook, please.
in the junior
Hall was
middleweight division. Shaw Griffith versus Ashley Nganyamba.
He came back with
Look, he was on that tournament. I know a lot about him. He's a very gutsy fighter. He's got, using
Our
the wrong
judges
terminology, not politically
Dawn
correct,
Bench,
but he's got balls.
yes,
David
that's
van
right.
Hevenhuizen and Muledi Molagani.
Yep. You know, Carl had a few punches coming at him, but he weathered the storm, got
Our
under the
referee for
punches
this
and delivered
bout
what he
is
had to do.
Linda
It's good
Ngakeni.
boxing. Okay,
Yeah.
guys, so we got our next opponents
first-
in the ring.
Yeah, the first bout of this thing now coming up. So they were done.
Shaw Griffith in the
So
red
we've
corner
got
versus
Shaw
Ashley
Griffith,
Nganyamba
Ashley-
in the blue corner.
Charles Griffith, yeah, versus Ashley Kanyambo.
in the blue corner with Shaw Griffith in the red corner.
Yes. This is also in the junior middleweight division.
Another junior middleweight. Funny thing is, guys, we've got 5 junior middleweight fights today, which is quite unusual. I doubt they're going to be fighting in the future in this weight division. Most guys come in 1 or 2 divisions above the actual fighting weight on the day of weigh-in.
Now I see that Charles Griffith has just left the ring. I think he has forgotten his what do you call it?
His ball protector.
Waist protector. That's right. Yes.
So, okay, let's talk about Ashley. He is trained by Sean Ness from Boxford, Rena's gym.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of a surname. And that's where Sean Ness trains
And in
out
the house we
of. And this must be one of his
Sean
guys that
Ness,
he's brought
the
through the
former
white collars and now
champion.
into pro boxing.
We'd also like to
Here
acknowledge
comes Charles Griffith.
Ebinisi, the former
Nice.
ABU flyweight champ.
properly dressed now. As you can see now that it's got a waist protector.
Yeah, it's a waist protector.
Waist protector, that's right, yeah. In case maybe people wonder what it looks like, because it's always worn inside the pants. That's how it looks like. To make
If
sure
you were a Superman, you'd wear it like that. Underpants pants on the outside.
Right, there's the referee giving them final instructions. And they go into round number 1. What do they have to show these guys? I'm going to impress the judges, the officials here, to say they are ready to go into professional rings.
I'm watching the strategy. He walked out, he went to the body first shot. The second shot he threw to the body again, and now he went head body, and now he's gone to the body. So he's trying to set him up for an overhand right, I believe.
Okay.
Do you think this sounds like a strategic move?
Okay, let's see if that happens.
And he's moving nicely. He's got side to side, lifting his elbow to block, which is a bad thing, I must be honest.
Oh, is it a bad thing to block with
Yeah, because then you open up your rib cage.
Oh,
you know?
yes, that's right. Yeah, then you can get caught now on the kidneys. The floating rib now with that any of the punches.
I like the movement, and so Carl Stradum has got Charles Griffith. Yeah.
Yes.
And Carl's a really top boxer. I mean, Shannon Stradum, should I say? He was a top fighter. He's on my tournaments lately, and a good coach.
And I see the gloves that they're using here, they don't have straps. You know, the straps, just what is the difference between those kind of gloves?
So basically, these are Velcro straps, all right? They're easy on, easy off. They use them for the amateurs. This isn't like the pros where you've got the lace-ups and then they put the tape around it. You know, they do that for the pro fights because you can't use this in pro fights because that Velcro can actually scratch you and damage your face. But sometimes when the Velcro gets loose, it can scratch your face. As you know, there's one soft side and one hard side.
Yeah.
So the guys, for the sparring, they're allowed to. And formerly in the day, we didn't have Velcro when we were sparring. Everything was lace. So the Velcro is taking over. And it fits. It's easy on, easy off. And when you've got 20 people in your gym at the one time and you've got classes changing all the time, Velcro makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I don't know. I think these guys really are fighting well. They are really fighting well now for junior middle, and their work rate also. It's not bad.
You know what I like? It's still long distance. They're testing each other out. There's cautionary punches. Their jab being tested, thrown. They're moving side to side. They're not wanting to get engaged too soon and get caught with a bomb or a haymaker in the beginning of the round, as we have been seeing the whole time.
Less than 10 seconds in this round, the first round. That's the bell ending round number 1.
I like their boxing. There weren't any massive punches landed. There's nothing over the top, but it was good boxing. The guys moved in and out. They used the angles. It was just good fighting. Now the thing is, they're going to come back? Can the coach tell their fighter, listen, this is the mistake he's making.
Yes.
Go and manipulate him and take advantage of this error. Or how to set him up. I mean, if a guy's got his hands up, to make him drop his hands, you hit him in the body a couple of times. So they're going to give him a strategy.
Yeah. They're ready now for round number 2. And there's some...
I watched Shannon there, and you guys saw him on the screen. He said double jab cross. So we're going to see if he can open up with that, you know. If he jumps on him straight away as the round goes, we're in for some decent boxing. Let's see if that happens, guys.
Yeah, let's see if that happens. Round number 2.
Jab, cross. Let's go.
Well, the referee feels like he needs to be telling them something. Unfortunately, we cannot hear what the referee is saying, but yeah, there was an issue that he had to clarify with the two boxers.
I think the referee might have just wanted some TV time. Jokes aside.
Yes, definitely. But I realize here now, Anton, that
Did you see that? He swapped southpaw.
he's southpaw now. That's right, yeah. Ashley Kanyamba.
So now he's changed the whole scenario for how do you fight this fight. And he came out of his corner with the jab cross scenario, which doesn't work against the southpaw. You've got to walk out with the right hand first, then a left hook or 2-1-2 combo.
Right.
So what Shannon said to him in the corner, is it not going to be the best thing for him to actually use now? Probably a right hand to the body, left hook, right cross would be much better.
Yeah, Ashley Kanyamba in blue. He's up against Charles Griffith in red. Ashley Kanyamba trained by former South African welterweight champion Sean Ness. Nice combinations there.
And
Right,
he's got long
left.
arms, old Ashley, and he's picking him off with a touch jab and a left hook, right hook, should I say. And you can see how the tide sways into Ashley's favor now, because he's caught him a couple times, and now he's got him at the end of his punches. He's got his measure of the man, you know.
Yes, yes, exactly. And that's what you say in boxing. We've got the measure of the man. And the referee said, "Now don't hit with a rapid punch. That's a rapid punch at the back of the head. It's not allowed."
And at the same time, I think he gave that guy, what's his name, Shaw, he gave him a bit of a breather because he was in trouble there.
Yes, yes. But those are some of the tactics as a professional boxer that you have to use. Whatever you can use in the ring to delay so that you can recover.
You know,
To
so
do
you
your
got your things. Pick your hands up, get up on your legs, move around, or hold the guy. And like with my coach, Richard Smith, holding was never tolerated. It was just one of the big no-nos in our gym. He always told us, get on your bicycle and cycle around the ring.
Yes. Nice combinations there from Kanyambo.
Shaw walking in with the right hand left hook, but then he got caught himself with a right hook. And the body. Hit the body. Okay. End of the second round. That was good.
That was a very, very good fight. It was a good fight. And both boxers go into their respective corners.
I don't think they're going to do a third round, to be honest here. And I'm watching the screen now.
Yeah.
And Ashley was doing rather well there. I must be honest. He had the pressure on Shaw. Shaw
Thank you to the
defensive, getting his
boxers.
hands
You
up
may
and
leave the
moving around
ring.
nicely. But Ashley was looking like, see how he's using that that right hand to measure his man, you know. And if you come in, he's going to crack you with that big left hand. And there's that right hook.
Our next bout,
set him
number
up with the
6,
right, and then
in
from
the
there
junior
came with
middleweight
the straight right,
division.
straight left,
Lifa
yes.
As he looked
Zaza
away
in the
from the
red
screen, he
corner
caught him with
versus
exactly the same combo,
Juan
just much
Mostert
better.
in the blue corner.
Okay, guys, so
Seeing
next
the
bout
next-
is on here.
Yeah.
We've got Lifa Gleidler versus Juan Mostert.
Yes, Lifa
Mostert.
Zaza will be fighting
Did you
from
say
the red
Mostert?
corner, and Juan Mostert in the blue corner. And what division is this?
We're still
Anton?
in the junior middleweights, eh? It's still in the junior middleweights.
Oh yeah, but they look too small, this guy, especially Lifa Zaza. Doesn't look like a middleweight.
Sure. But he had a
Yeah.
big breakfast.
Yes.
And you know, they only weigh today, guys. And most of these guys, I would put him in the junior welterweight category. But he might have just been slightly over 66, pushing up to the 69 division edge mark. So he does
We
look a lot
also
smaller.
acknowledge Tommy Gunn, West Hazen, a former international champion.
Everybody says come back. You need to shake hands before you start boxing. There's round number 1. both orthodox boxers, this ones.
Gladler, he seems like he can keep the bigger man off him. Oh, nice. A jab to the body, across to the head. That's some good boxing. Does drop his right hand when he throws a jab. So if Mostard throws that left hook as he walks in with the jab to the body, he's going to catch him. But that's experience that will give you that intel.
Yeah, the crowd enjoying this one already. Coming into...
I must be honest, Gladler does look like a raw amateur. He's got a bounce style that is like of a novice, you know. And he's also not, he doesn't have the proper shoes, so you can see he's just come through a few amateur fights possibly, or he might be a white collar fighter having a go today. But he's not doing badly, but you can just see the style is earmarked for a guy that is pretty novice.
Pretty novice, exactly. But the good thing about him is that now he throws a lot of punches. And I think this will stand him in a good state. If he does this.
So also an experienced fighter knows how to pace himself. He's having a full go now. So if one survives this round, coming into the second round, I hope he hasn't blown his gasket.
Exactly, he's got his gasket. Yes, that's right. Yeah, and that's another good thing to learn as a professional boxer. That now you don't use all your energy in the first round.
Yeah, it's about pacing yourself. And most fights here or rounds have gone.
Thank you very much to the boxers. You may leave the ring. Joanne Mustard, please remain geared up.
Both of them got ejected from that.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure which way it went.
Yes.
Nakedi, the referee, decided that was enough, and he tapped him on the shoulder and said,
yes, that's right. Yeah, he said, yeah, good. Thank you, guys.
Step out.
You've done your part. So, yeah.
The next bout in the junior middleweight division, bout number 7. Damien Safi in the red corner versus Fanauko Nangumalo in the blue corner.
Well, they are ready for professionals, or maybe one of them, or maybe.
How did you feel? If you watch the screen there, do you think both of them are ready for the pros?
To be honest with you, no. I wouldn't say that. I didn't see much from Mostert. You know, he was trying to block and everything. Lifa Dada threw a lot of punches, which is a good thing. But you're right. I think he's still.
And our referee is Jan Janse van
Both of them were
Rensburg.
rather novice.
That's right. Yes.
I was picking up that. Okay, so we're on to our next fight. Damien.
Point number 7.
This is Damien Safi. Listen, this kid can box. I've seen him before. He's trained by Gert Stradum.
Right.
Okay, so I know he was pretending he's not nervous. I was picking up some nervousness, and I hope he was, because nerves make you sharp. And he's fighting against a guy with a very long first name, Khumalo. And you're going to have to. Yeah, exactly. Peter, you're going to have to help me out there with some vernacular. Eh?
Yes. And they start, and you can see Mfano corner, and Ngumalo is a southpaw.
So if I was Safi, I would have just gone in cautiously, because Khumalo looks like a bit of a novice, and he's going to start trying all sorts of things. And you can see how the legs are going and what have you.
The crowd reacted there now, because it looked like he was about to kick his opponent. You know,
lift the leg, man.
The referee has seen enough. The referee says, "No, that's it.
Yeah,
that's it. I'm done."
I agree with it, because they're going to embarrass himself. That wasn't a pro boxing quality. I mean, he decided very soon. If you watch the screen, you can see how
Thank
the
you
legs
to the
get
boxers.
changed.
Damien Safi, remain in the
ugly
ring.
boxing. Nope, there you go,
There
jumping
you go,
in.
exactly.
That's not boxing at all.
Joanne Mustard, please come through.
Even Safi looked at the ref like, what's going on here?
It just took seconds, this one, and then the referee said, "That's it. I've seen enough."
So we've got bout 8 coming up also in the junior middles. And I'm wondering if they're going to use one of those guys.
I think they're bringing another opponent now for
Joanne Mustard, please come through.
Yes. Yeah, I think the referee just felt like Mfano corner Ngumalo is just not ready.
Didn't make the grade.
Ready. There's absolutely no way that he can be a professional, and said, "Okay, look, that's it. I've seen enough from you. Let's get a different opponent now for Damien Sefi. So Damien Sefi, trained by Ger Stradom, is still in the corner there, waiting for a new opponent. So I don't know how they're going to do this ones now, you know, in terms of the bouts. Are they
what
going
they're
to
going to do. People at home are waiting tentatively what's going to happen. But let me tell you, the referee just pushed the eject button on that kid. Not enough.
Yes, but
for
do you
the
think
pros.
that the referee did the right thing there, Anton?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I saw the leg swapping, and he was
Yes.
just having a full-on go. And you can see, I don't think he's even been through the white collar ranks, to be honest, because that isn't good boxing. It's just having a go.
Yeah.
And you know, some guys are chancing, they do that.
All right.
We got one master who just had his sparring session. They're throwing him back in to have another round. So that's great, because it gives him a second chance to see if he can get through.
isn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
Juan Mostret, yes, coming back now. Remember, he fought Lifa Dladla in the last fight. So now he's going to be facing Damien Sefi.
And after that first round, it was enough was seen, and I think both of them didn't get through. This gives Juan Mostret another chance to have get his pro license. Okay, now this has settled down to some decent boxing.
Yes. Damien Sefi in the yellow vest, facing Juan Mostret. Nice jab there coming from Mostret. How important is a jab now in boxing, Anton? What do you say?
It's for me, it's the most important punch in boxing. You know, Mike Tyson had short arms, but he still jabbed because he used it to set up and measure the range.
Oh, you're right,
it's the most important punch. And you know, like if you watch my fights, I was a big jabber, and my coach made me do 3 rounds of jabs only every single night. You know.
That's right. Yeah.
So the jab it sets up everything. If you haven't got a jab, you're going to struggle in a fight. And if you don't have a jab, you better hope you got a strong punch.
You've got a strong punch, exactly.
You know what, Mostert looked a little bit overawed
in
the last bout,
yes.
okay? And now he's come in and he's relaxed. So that like first round in a break and then coming back has actually brought it out of him, you know. So, you know, they both got kicked out of the ring, and he's had a second opportunity now to save his name, and he's boxing marvelously.
He's fighting marvelous, that's right, yeah. Because and you will understand why these guys get nervous. For them, it's like this, like auditions. You know, you're going to auditions, and the judges are going to decide and say yes, you're good enough to become a professional or not.
Yeah, look at the selection of punches. It's headshots going down to the body, blocking nicely. So it's really decent boxing, and we didn't see that in that last bout with him. You know, so you know what? Sometimes fighters make fights. You might have the wrong opponent, going to make you look stupid, and you'll end up losing your opportunity to get a license.
Yeah, and I think this is how really Juan Mostret did. You know, that his last opponent, Lifa Dladla, really made him look bad.
Average, yeah. And that's a funny thing, Peter. Is a bad fighter will make a good fighter look terrible.
Look terrible. That's the thing. Yes, you're right.
Damien, I was expecting a lot more from him. He's not looking bad, but I think he's now in his first round of the fight, and Juan Mostert is relaxed and whatever. I think if he goes into the second round, we might see a different Damien.
Exactly.
But
Nice
I'm
and
starting
relaxed.
to see signs that don't look good, you know. You know, that I missed the punch and I put up this hand to block anything coming in.
Yes.
If you've ever been in sparring sessions or in fights, that right hand swoop when you miss a punch to block punches just is indicative of like I'm not ready for this.
Right, there's some replay.
Thank you very much to the boxers. You may leave the ring.
Nice left jab there.
Next
From,
bout, number
Sefi.
8 in the junior middleweight
And
division.
Mostert also
Pole
now coming up with his
Gonzwane in the
combinations.
red corner
Mixing his punches
versus
nicely.
Lunga Ngova in the blue corner.
Yeah. Nothing I like about these guys now, they're not just head hunting. They also mix their punches and go to the body, and very, very important to punch in the body.
Sure. I remember Tony Blewett was commentating on my fight, and he said these words: he's got a beautiful ensemble of punches, a nice array of punches. And the master really did show us that he's got more in the tank than his first bout that he had with Gladler.
Yes. Okay, so that was enough. Their fate now is in the judges' hands.
Let's give it up for Pole Khontswane in the red corner versus Lunga Mngova in the blue corner.
Yeah, Pole Khontswane versus Lunga Mngova.
Hey guys, listen, we're going to put a special guest on here. We got Tommy Gunn. Tommy, have a seat.
Yes,
listen, I've been
attention, all
itching to talk to you. You got married,
all managers and trainers.
married the promoter.
Kindly ensure that your boxer has
she's gorgeous.
a mouth
She looks so
guard
happy.
and a groin protector. We no
everybody has their
longer
own
gonna allow
5 cents
or
worth
give
how this
any
is going
boxer
to
a
work
chance
out.
to go and wear a mouth guard or a groin protector. If you don't have those, we disqualify you same time without thinking twice.
Thank you for having me on the show. I didn't expect this, but really, as you say, first and foremost, Jesus is Lord, God is great. Married, yes, married a promoter. How married my wife is a promoter, and by God's grace, God wills it. Everything is going great. On our way to a world championship. I've cleared up my whole phase that I was going through because I can't clear up my whole history. I did win some world titles, a couple of world titles, and I can't clear up the whole history. But for sure, the dirty part of that, God has helped me. He gave me the right rod, Yanni Westhuizen. Hey, my wife, she's a tough one, but God is good to me. He sent the strong, right woman on top of my road, my path moving forward. I've cleared up my act completely. Really, as you say, gotten closer to God. And today here with you guys, the way that the sparring and everything is coming together, the way that Gauteng is representing, and the way that you guys are representing, really fabulous. I think this is absolutely just fabulous what I'm seeing, the way that the licensing has leveled up to this level. It's really came and rose to an international standard, if I can say it like that. Like, this almost looks like a boxing tournament. It's almost like a professional promotions boxing tournament. So well done to you guys.
Thanks. It's a cool thing. I can ask you one question. You can talk about it for 15 minutes on 3 different subject levels.
I've been quiet for so long, so give me my turn,
I was just going to let you take over the commentary for us. We were going to go have a coffee and a beer outside and stuff.
Well, anyway. the beer is one side. I left the alcohol one side. To be honest with you, I completely left the alcohol. I cleaned it up. It's not only that I left it for the sport. I left it for how will I say, gender-based curses, generational curses in my family and stuff. As you know, I'll be honest about it. My dad also, he drinks a bit. Alcohol has been a part of my family and stuff like that. So leaving it one side and making sure that the generation of Westhuizens after me, like my son, and that I burn those curses in God's name. Jesus wants me to be clean.
We spoke a couple of times, Tommy, and I've always asked you, the last time I spoke to you, how did you come right? And you gave me your recipe and whatever, and it's a beautiful thing, because a lot of people are out there, they need to know that answer, and so do I. I also have a couple drinks too many here and there. So what you're doing is you elevate people like myself and a lot of other kids that will be listening in. It's easy to do. Get closer to God and realize that you can break the generational curse. Okay, and we're missing this fight, but listen here, it's more important to have Tommy on this and talking to us now about
for the generations out there, you having a couple of drinks, you fought at lightweight. You and Cassius went at it at lightweights, junior lightweights,
junior feathers,
junior feathers.
Kilos.
So you having a couple of drinks, you don't turn the whole town around. me being a heavier boy, I have a couple of drinks, I lose my mind, and I get incarcerated. So,
Thank
You
you to
know
the
what they say,
boxers.
high
You may
trees
leave the
get the
ring.
most wind. You, Tommy, you're tall as it is, you're a big guy, everyone's going to want to have a go at you. You know what I'm saying? So you,
Our
and
next
when you
bout,
shoot your mouth
9,
off because you've
in
had a
the
couple of drinks,
middleweight division.
you're going to land up, or if they
Matthew
shoot you,
Peterson in
you
the
know
red
how it is
corner
when
versus
especially
Emmanuel
being
Shippers in the blue
a pugilist,
corner.
being a boxer, you yourself also, you go out, for the boxers, the guys in contact sport, even the like the EFC, UFC fighters and stuff like that, these guys, all of us contact sportsmen, we go out, we public figures, everybody wants to test a medal, especially the guys in the bars, having a few drinks, they want to test a medal, and then we become the targets. We defend ourselves, but us being pro licensed athletes, obviously we are classified as weapons. So that's where the rod comes down.
You're a
heavy on
weapon
us.
of mass destruction, Tommy. I swear.
Well,
They were
really,
looking for you
you
in
say it,
Iraq,
Anton.
okay?
You
Saddam
say
Hussein
it.
should have had you on his side back then.
From your lips to God's ears, you know, we are weapons of destruction, but at the same time, for
Weapons
God,
of mercy, and you can do
for
great
God,
things.
we are also the weapons and the voice for the future, for the next generation, for the kids coming up. Hopefully everybody just learns from our mistakes and from the things that we do.
So when is your next fight, Tommy?
By the grace of God, God wills it, 12th of March, I'll be fighting for the ABU Cruiserweight title.
Managers again,
on my
could you
journey
kindly ensure
towards
that
that
your boxer
WBC.
is
You know,
not
I've been
wearing
calling
an
out
earring
Lunga
along
Makabu.
the necklace
I would
coming
like to
into the
test that
ring.
medal straight up.
Thank you.
Obviously, he came back to the Sowetan newspaper. I read in the Sowetan newspaper and some of the newspapers that he said, yeah, I got to earn my shot against him. I've won world titles and
Sure.
in 2 weight divisions and also international titles. So for him to say I have to earn it, my whole resume is on. It's written on black and
I
white.
think he's talking about the second version of Tommy. You know what I'm saying? The new version. This Tommy that's coming through. So you got the ABU coming up.
Yeah.
That'll earn you a closer spot. And what was your last fight?
Yeah, my last fight was a 10-rounder. The fight was stopped my opponent in the 4th round. The fight before that was also a 10-rounder. I fought in October and November. Got a 6-round stoppage in October, got a 4-round stoppage in November, and here we are, 2023, the year of supernatural acceleration. God is going to do good things and great things with me this year.
Amen, eh? Fellow Christians saying amen. Listen here, Tommy. I do think you're on your way. You got this ABU title after this. There might be one more fight and then possibly at the end, because I know Makabu's fighting in, I think it's Dubai soon.
He's fighting Body Jack on end of February. He's fighting Body Jack. Body Jack is a tough character.
Yeah,
also,
tough fight.
you know, great fighter. Actually,
Do you think he's got the style to beat Makabu?
I think, to be honest, I'm going to give my honest opinion. I think Body Jack has the style to beat Makabu. He has a style, and also Body Jack's got a better chin. That's my opinion. You know, everybody's open to their own opinion.
So,
And
you know
the way
that,
that it plays out, if Junior loses the title, he's not on my resume no more. He can't he can't expect a super fight with Tommy Westhuizen.
yeah.
If you don't have no title, he
No,
don't have
sure.
no belt, he
So
does
you're
not
gonna
mean nothing
step
to me.
over
If
him
he
to go to
ducks me now,
Badu.
he's
Okay.
ducking me now. So
Yeah.
he had his chance for
Yeah.
super money.
Sure. Okay. Let's take it for granted that he does win. Okay. Makabu's
Then-
got a decent chin. He's awkward. He throws some unusual punches. He walks through guys. He typically loses the early rounds of the fight, and then he comes back strong and knocks the daylights out of you. So, how do you imagine your fight with Junior would go?
Isn't that just what you said? And I agree 100% with what you just said. Isn't that precisely the sports dream? The way that he's such a dangerous puncher, he's such a phenomenal puncher and everything. I'm such a slick boxer. I've got a granite chin, and he's been knocked out before. I've never been down on the canvas as a professional. So,
That's incredible.
isn't this the great story, the story that's going to sell to
Listen,
the world?
I
and-
love the story, because if people know that where you've come
and where I've come
yeah,
from,
and
coming through
your
the
life story,
mistakes and incarceration, you know what?
And-
It's going to be a glory story for God. That's why God is going to bless me with this. This is going to happen.
100%.
Thank you
and
to the
hopefully
boxers.
I'm here to
you
rock
will
that
leave
boat
the
until
ring.
that ship sinks.
Yeah, 100%. So, Tommy, that's great. we're looking at a fight. When's your next fight? Did you say?
12th of March, and then after that, obviously, you know, we're just chasing to get into the top 10 ratings of all the organizations in the world: the WBA, WBC,
Makabu's
IBF,
first choice.
WBO.
Okay. But if it's not Makabu and you get another world title fight off it,
yeah,
are you gonna jump at it?
100%. So the WBC and the WBO walk very much hand in hand. Both of them are American-based.
Yeah.
So getting on the top 10 of the WBC means you get yourself on the top 10 of the WBO.
Okay,
so
right.
Lawrence Okile is also there. He's also got a fight coming up now. But definitely, the only reason why I'm targeting the WBC first, because when you get the WBC, all of the other guys in the organizations, all of the other champions, the IBF champion, the WBA champion, the WBO champion, all of these guys want to associate with the WBC.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's why I'm chasing the WBC. I want to become the hunted. I love being the hunted. But Tommy Gunn can hunt, bro. So that's why I'm here, Anton.
So now you've got to back up the mouth, and hopefully you get the title shot soon to do that, and also prove God has come into your life and changed it.
By God's grace, Jesus, Jesus my Lord and Savior, we're going to do this. Thank you guys for the great work. Anton, thanks for the interview, guys. Thank you for taking your time. Thank you, SABC, and everybody watching this.
Thank you very much. Anton, I must really, I must say that he's looking good. Toby's really looking good, and I think really we're going to be seeing some good. Now this is something interesting. Now we've got Kyle back.
Come back, yeah.
Kyle is back, and also Bembe. What is the other guy that again that was is fighting?
We lost ourselves there watching. Watching, talking to Tommy there.
That's right, that's Amos Mpande now. Yeah, these guys have been recalled. But now what does this mean now, Anton? If the officials calls back the boxers that were
they weren't certain,
yeah,
or somebody else, they were just skeptical about two guys. They brought those two guys that they weren't sure of, and they brought them back to make certain that they are worthy of getting a pro license today. So it's a good sign.
Yeah, just to update you quickly, while we were having some nice talk with Tommy Oosthuizen, we had a fight Polejo and Nswane and Lunga Ngova. They only fought one round, and then the referee decided that was enough. He said, okay, fine. Now,
I saw that in the background.
Yes,
terrible.
I don't think that I think it was bad. It was terrible. They didn't. And then the next part after that one was Matthew Peterson against Emmanuel Schiepers. And again, only one round, and the judge, the referee felt like, no, that was enough.
Substandard.
Yes, so now we're seeing Kyle again. Kyle straight on, and then up against Amos Mpande. So, as you say, thinking that the judges, the judges maybe think that they want to see more of these two guys.
Yeah. And get the certainty, and make sure.
Yeah.
And it's a good thing, You don't want... look, Carl is with Vusi, and he's going to get a shot at a Golden Gloves event. And as Brian Mitchell, I want to make sure that my fighter that I'm putting on a Golden Gloves event can actually do it. So this is a nice way to test, can he actually do it? They've got a great German and a lot of sparring. But now he's in a fight scenario. It's his second guy that he's got today. So can Carl do it?
Yes.
And he's holding his own,
Yeah, but they're fighting well. Both of them, they're fighting well, and I'm impressed. And I think both these guys are going to go through. Ready, they're ready for the professional ranks.
This is a decent look. This is quality. Wow. This could be one of the preliminary fights in any tournament.
In a tournament, yes, yeah. They are fighting well, and I like Kyle's defense. Even if he's not punching, he's protecting himself very, very well. And Amos Mpande also. He's a taller boxer, and you can see now he's using that reach of his, that awkward
southpaw stance.
Southpaw stance, yeah. Nice straight right there from Kyle.
Southpaw needs a good right hand on the chin. And
thank you to the boxers. You may leave the ring.
It was good. So they both, I think, listen, after that round, both of them got a thumbs up.
Yeah.
You can actually put that one to bed.
Middleweight division.
Look at that. Nice right hand
Bout
there
number
from
10.
Kyle Stradom.
Joshua Fellerman versus Pesi Hlentlashe.
Coming back now with his combinations.
Hey, listen, you know, if some guys get through and they pass this and they somehow get through, but they weren't the greatest boxer, you still need guys to step on to go to the top. So having a mediocre fighter enter into the pro ranks isn't always a bad thing. You need stepping stones, eh?
Exactly.
So, you know, like, he proved himself, yeah. How he pitches up into the pro arena in a fight scenario. He's either a stepping stone or he's going places, you know. So he got his chance today.
Bout
He's
number
probably
10.
going to get his license. Now he's
Joshua
got to step up.
Fellerman in the red corner versus Pesi Hlentlashe in the blue corner.
So the last bout was just a parcela, you know, just like a parcela, just like a
Bout 11, please get ready. Mboweni Kutani
extra fight that
versus
was not
John
on the
Paul
bill.
Khanani.
Now we're into bout number 10 now. Joshua Fellerman. He comes from the stable of Colin Nathan. Hotbox gym of Colin Nathan. There's the man in this the red corner. He'll be fighting Sipesi Ntlatse.
You know, they enjoy it. It's like we see these kids at either amateur tournaments, white collar tournaments, things like that, and you see two new faces. And for me, it's exciting because I have no clue who these kids are. And here we go.
You can see immediately Joshua Fellerman is a southpaw, fighting on the first block, straight right, straight left.
And you know, it's a nice thing. Is Joshua is actually from Colin Nathan's gym, so he must have been groomed there for a while.
Yes, definitely.
Boxing nicely, southpaw, and he's getting under the attack of Spisicichle.
Because the problematic punch for a boxer fighting a southpaw is a straight left, and equally for the southpaw is a straight right.
That's it. And the hooks.
Exactly. And I see Joshua Fellerman is using his straight left there very, very beautifully.
You know, what's important is that you get your foot on the outside of your opponent when it's southpaw orthodox. Eh?
Yes. See what I'm talking about? Just look how he throws that straight left, Fellerman, and every time he catches Ntlatse.
I'm actually quite excited to see Colin Nathan bringing some new young talent through. He's in the corner and he's calling to his guy, and he's boxing really well.
I think they're really fighting well, these two boxers. You wouldn't say they're amateurs. You wouldn't really say that they're amateurs the way they're fighting. Because normally amateurs bring some bad tech habits, you know, of rushing their opponent and running out of gas. These guys, you can see now, they're really taking their time and boxing beautifully. And because now you never know now how long it's going to be. It might just be over in the first round. The officials feeling that they've seen enough, or it can go up to 3 rounds.
You know, when the officials see good boxing, they actually let it go because they want to carry on watching a good fight. Because sometimes they have to watch some rubbish, and you know, when you get a good fight coming up, you want to actually watch a little bit more.
Yeah.
And these aren't fights, guys. These are bouts, you know. This isn't official as a scoring fight, but it does get them into the world of the pro boxing arena. So when we say fights, just know that it's only a sparring session. Oh, lovely right hook coming through there. Hooks against orthodox southpaw work very well. So Joshua dropped a nice one there.
Because, you know, naturally, if you're a southpaw, you're an awkward boxer for most boxers.
Yeah.
Because most boxers are orthodox. And you need to use your advantage. It's an advantage for you, and use it to a full advantage.
Sure. But you must also, here's the thing. My first sparring partner when I joined boxing was Martin Vessels. He was a southpaw. He was like a year or two younger than me, but he gave me a beating for the first year of my amateur career as a sparring partner. And Richard Smith was a southpaw. So for some reason, southpaws, I eat them for breakfast.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Now
Thank you to the boxers. You may leave the ring.
Last round. The two boxers have been told to leave the ring now. I think the officials have seen enough. But you know, that's what happened.
This is calculative boxing. It's in and out, you know, testing. it wasn't rushing out to
Still in the
go show
middleweight
off the world
division,
that you
would
can
like
do
to
it.
call upon
This is
bout
good boxing.
11, Boweni Kutane Hanse in the red corner
It is,
versus John
good
Paul
boxing, and I
Hanane
think,
in the blue corner.
These two boxers really handled themselves very, very
Yeah.
well.
See them timing the punches there.
The following boxers, please
was
get
impressed
ready.
with,
Bout 12, Sibusiso Shabalala
Gracha.
versus Mahabandile Gracha.
Okay, the next
Bout
bout here I see
13,
Mosiso
Siyabonga
Shabalala
Matula
against Makabandile
to
Kraka.
display on pads.
Makabandile Kraka. We're going to coming into the ring now. Yeah. And then there was this bout that I think maybe was skipped. Mboweni Kutani against John Paul Kanani. For some reason, they're not calling up that bout. But yeah, on our script here, we were supposed to be seeing Mboweni Kutani fighting John Paul Kanani. But nevertheless, yeah, we just hate the names of the boxers that have been called Sibosiso, Shabalala, and
Boweni
Makabandile
Kutane
Kraka.
Hanse and John Paul Hanane, please come to the ring.
Okay, now it looks like they're back again, yes, yeah, to John Paul Kanani and Mboweni Kuta, yes.
Peter, I've been watching on the social media yourself and Brian.
Dave's leaving now.
Yeah,
Friends.
it's sad because you guys could have been the celebrity fight for today. We could have thrown you in and sorted out some one or two things.
Please,
eh?
please organize it. Yeah, what gonna box you myself, Peter Lopeng against Brian Wysok.
Coaches,
I think that will
Please,
sell
you
out
are not here
Sun
to
City
stay.
again like Casper Nyovest did.
Exactly.
everybody must be ready.
Exactly.
You know, you've been told that you know you're about number, so just be ready.
I think the boxers being encouraged now to get ready. They know they are on the belly. They know when their fights are coming up. So there's absolutely no reason now when they're being called for them to be thinking about it or not ready. So they're encouraged now to say they need to be ready.
In the
think,
meantime, bout 13, Siyabonga Matula to display on pads.
Talking about bout number 13. Just telling the boxers to be ready. You know, Siyabonga.
And so they've jumped to a pads display now because that bout Siyabonga Matula, he doesn't have an opponent in his weight division. So they've pushed him through to hand pads to see if he could box.
Yes,
Um,
yes. But like,
Personally,
can they make a decision just making on a boxer hitting the pads?
I'll say no.
Yeah.
Because the guy can look fantastic on pads, gets
On pads.
tagged once on the chin and he's
And
sleeping.
then it's gone. Yes.
But look, it's going to give you 50% of the story, I believe. But I would have just pushed him up one division or one down and see how that goes. Or you watch two other fighters that in a
Bout
similar
number
weight division
13,
and see which one is the
Siyabonga
stronger and push him into
Matula
that.
to display on
Anyway,
pads.
doesn't really matter. Here we go. We've got a hand pads display. And this is the hand pads display, guys, is not for show. It's actually to see if the guy actually understands how to hit pads and he can box.
Yes, bout number 13 is you say, Anton, it's a boxer, Siyabonga Matula, who's going to display on pads. He is a bantamweight, fighting the bantamweight division. They're going to have him coming in. He's getting into the ring. I think that's the way that the guy that is going to do the pads, hitting the pads, Siyabonga Matula.
So
This
look,
is a 2 minutes pad work. There's no opponent.
And the pads, will be held by Vusim Tolo.
I actually have no idea why we're doing a pads display. If this is the display, it's a waste of our time. If it's actually because there was no opponent, you take one of the opponents from the previous bout and you throw him in for another round.
We've seen
one
it before.
that you weren't certain about.
Yeah. Now let's see what happens now in this one. But like you say, Anton, the pads don't hit back. The guy might be, nice execution of punches. But what happens now when he gets hit? What is important, and that's what's need to be decided, whether the guy is ready for professional or not. Yeah, right now, yes, looking impressive, but the pads are not hitting back.
The pads aren't hitting back, and I see, you can see if a guy, the coach and the boxer have a lot of time on the pads together,
yes.
And they understand each other. I saw a couple errors there. I don't think Bussi's taken him many times on pads because he was missing some obvious stuff, unless he was just a bit nervous, Other coaches will know what I mean.
Yeah, the boxer doing the pads there is Siyabonga Matula. And he's a bantamweight.
Well, it seems like his game got popped out. He wasn't even hit there. I don't know if this guy can make it, man. He can't even keep his gum in, eh?
That's a good observation. His gut fell out and he was not even hit, as you say.
I don't know. Maybe that's why they didn't put him in for sparring. He can't take a punch. Just joking, Peter.
There goes the display, and gets a round of applause. Siyabonga Matula.
Thank you to the boxer. You may leave the ring.
Okay, and do not pause, begin.
In the bantamweight division, bout 14, we have Mthokozisi Khumalo in the red corner versus Vuyo Nzodo in the blue corner.
Yeah, bout number 14, Mthokozisi Khumalo, against Vuyo Nzodo. It is in the, what is it, the junior bantamweight? Or bantamweight?
Junior fly, this is junior bantams, eh?
So
this is junior bantam, it's
52.5 Khumalo in the red corner versus Vuyo Nzodo in the blue corner.
Look how tall he is for a junior bantamweight.
Yes, it's junior bantamweight here, Mthokozisi Khumalo and Vuyo Nzodo.
That's very tall.
Yes, he is.
But you can see he's got Limpopo legs. They're very skinny.
Yes, but he's tall, as you say now, for a junior bantam. You see the referee there, tying the shoelaces of Vuyo Nzodo.
I think it's a practical joke. They look like they're tying it together. I'm joking. I'm joking. All right, guys. So, junior bantamweight fight here. Bout.
And the two boxers, as you said, no proper equipment. You can see that they're not riding with the right shoes. But yeah, let's just see what.
So they want a green book when you're going for your pro license, or they're not too impressed with white collar guys. They're not looking for that. So two guys arriving with tackies as opposed to boxing gear shows you that they probably haven't had a massive amateur career, or they couldn't afford it, which is the other side of the thing. But if you're going for your pro license, you want to look the part. You start to borrow things if you had to. So I imagine we're going to have two beginners here. I'm looking at we've got Champ Champ Willie in the corner there.
Yeah, is that Sean Smith also, or am I mistaken? Is that him, Sean Smith? No, it's not. Oh, it's really. Okay, there you go. This one, Tokozisi Kumaro in blue. He's cutting from the red corner, but he's wearing blue. And Vuyo Nsondo is wearing red, but it's coming from the blue corner.
The height of him just blows me away for his weight division, seriously.
Vuyo Nsondo, the smaller of the two boxers.
This is actually some decent boxing. I mean, they're like little mosquitoes peppering away.
Yeah.
And it's impressive. So I like being the shorter man, getting in close to the taller man, then chopping the body and things like that. But both of them are really agile and moving around well, slipping and stepping in and out. No real big punches landed yet.
That's what I wanted to say. That's right. Yeah, no big punches. Either because maybe they're just they're not throwing big punches, or they are good in avoiding big punches.
Yeah, or they're still throwing punches tentatively without wanting to expose themselves by committing too much to a punch. So they're just keeping it at range, so to speak.
Yeah. Nice jab there coming from the smaller man, Vuyo Nsondo. Towards Kumari's tall, Anthony is not using his reach. You know, it's not using his reach.
I have to agree with you. If you were a tall guy, you would keep him at the end of your punches. Short guys should be slipping in and pushing you backwards. But if you take, for instance, Cassius versus Anton, Cassius just kept it long range, kept me at the end of his punches and caught me with left hooks and uppercuts as I walked in. That's what the tall guy should be doing to a small guy.
Exactly. So the referee, I think, has seen enough. He says he's seen enough. He's thinking...
yeah, it was too play. There was no commitment to
Thank you
actually
to the
bomb each other.
boxers. You may leave the ring.
So what do you think, Anton? Do you think the referee was impressed or was not impressed? Because now he stopped the
Please
fight.
note that we will come back to bout 11 and bout 12.
Told to leave the ring.
Yeah, and both boxers
And now,
were like...
bout 15 in the JR Bantamweight
why
division.
are we not getting through?
Lesego Khosi versus
They weren't happy with
Asi
that. There was no commitment to punishment there.
Yes.
I saw Schloks afterwards speaking to him, and I think they were looking for some commitment to actually put some pressure on. The guys looked like they were having a nice sparring session, play. And it didn't look committed like they had some bad intentions.
Yeah, if anything,
Lesego Khosi in the red corner versus Asi Penchili in the blue corner.
To, suss each other out, and then coming the second round, maybe we were going to start seeing, real punches, real hard punches being thrown. But unfortunately, the referee has stopped the fight. Said, "Now I've seen enough," and the two boxers are out of the ring now. We see now the bout number 16, Tabiso Lekwani, I think, versus Nakedi Motswako.
So this is Bernie Paleman again. He's brought another lamb, and hopefully not to the slaughter, a new boy into the boxing.
Yeah. Bernie Paleman, a very, very experienced trainer.
Listen, Bernie brings hot stock, and this guy looks like he's bantamweight champion. Forget his name right now.
Nice left jab from the taller boxer there, Nakedi Motswako. There's the strap there, yes, on the left.
The lace is just coming
Tabiso
loose
Lekwani.
and it's stopping the action so they can tie that up.
Yeah. And it's very funny here now that it doesn't look like he's using the same gloves. You know, one glove, the left-hand glove is different from the right-hand glove. Nice straight left jab there from the man trained by Benny Pillman. Pick up your punches, says the referee to Nakedi Motswako. Boxer from Pellman's stable, it's really boxing well, Anton. I think he's really, really overwhelming his opponent.
As we progressed into the latter part of this round, you can see Bernie's guys just stepped up. He's got control of this fight. The other kid, he's in a bit of danger because he's starting to own this fight. And he's just going to start picking him off, and it's going to be like shooting fish in a barrel.
Nice
Punch
left
after
hook there
punch.
coming from Motswako.
Yeah, the guy's got the measure of him. He knows exactly what punch to throw. Every time he throws something, he's going to counter, or he's going to get in first, or he's going to fight, throw punches at the same time as him. And Bernie's guy's just, he's just got it now.
Yeah, you're right. He's not wasting any punches. Every punch that he throws now, he makes sure that it counts.
It's calculated. It has bad intentions. He knows he's going to land it.
Yeah. You can see him thinking, and he's missing his punches beautifully. Body and then go up to the head.
The action sort of
And off run
stepped
number
off the
one.
gas. There wasn't a lot of action at the end of that round. And the referee
Thank you to the
says, "Time
boxers.
out."
You may leave the ring.
They've seen enough.
They've seen enough.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
I think the boxer from Benny Pellman's stable, I think he
got
shows
the
some
nod,
maturity, shows like, that he's ready to move into the professional ranks. I'm not so sure about the other boxer in blue.
His opponent.
But okay, that really will be left to the judges and the officials. So what do you think of
Bout
Tommy Osese?
11. Boweni Kutane
Yeah, he
Hansen
looks good.
versus
He looks like
John
his
Paul
mind is strong, and
Khanane.
that's the most important thing. He's loving his new life. He wants to get back up to the top, you know.
Yes, that's right.
I love the whole story. It's a classic boxing story. Fall down, get up, fall down, get up. You know, Tommy,
Yes.
when he was with Rodney, gave Rodney a hard time coming overweight on the scales and things
Yes,
like
yes.
that, you know. And he's lapping up the second chance or third or fifth chance that he's got from the Lord, as he says. And I see good things coming. Listen, if you make enough noise on social media, like Hogan or whatever his name did, Paul did, getting a fight with Mayweather, make enough noise and people want to see it. Those fights happen, you know.
They do happen.
So I hope he does get his shot against Makabu.
Bout 11. Boweni Kutane Hansen in the red corner versus John Paul Khanane
All
in
right,
the
cheers.
blue corner.
Yeah, we're back again now to regular scheduling, if you like. Bout 11, we had jumped straight to bout number 16. Now we're back to bout number 11, which didn't take place. Mboweni Kutane, he's in the red trunks, from the red corner, against John Paul Khanane in the blue corner.
Kutani versus Nganani.
Yes.
Okay.
Referee's going to give them some final instructions. See, we have about what 4 pages here. We're only in page number 2.
We're going to be here for a while. There's 23 fights. We're on fight number.
Well, look, we're at number 16. Now we've
16.
gone back now to number 11.
I see, okay.
Yeah, those
Yeah, we
bouts
confused
hadn't
there,
taken
Peter.
place. Yeah, but yeah, bout
Okay.
11, Mboweni Kutani
Mhm.
against
John Paul
John Paul
Khani.
Kanani. That's
Kanani.
right. Yes.
If I was going to become a serious commentator, I'd have to go for elocution lessons, how to pronounce the population's names. Excuse me for not getting the names right. This is a nice long-range jabbing fight. I love it.
Yeah, they're sizing each other out, throwing some cautionary left jabs.
See how they're testing each other with the jab, and they know it's jab, jab, and here comes the cross.
Yes.
And so as the cross is coming near them, they move, they slip, and they get out of the way of that. Now if they put a 5-punch combination together, jab, jab, cross, hook, cross, they would have more success. But it's still testing season for the beginning of this round.
Yeah, they've got to do enough because if they don't impress in this round, the referee might just call it off. We've seen
Yeah.
them do that. Call it off and say, no, I've seen enough. I don't think these guys are ready to move to professional ranks.
Both these
So they
guys
need to
look
do
decent, I
something.
must be honest.
Yeah.
I would like to see like a little bit more engagement and some serious bombs landed, to be honest. And I think we're starting to look for a little bit of action today. Noticing the fights that there's no actual attacking and finishing off properly, haven't been well respected by the judges, and those bouts are over in one simple round. So if we get some more attacking going in here, and from now on in the rest of the fights, I think that's what the judges are looking for today.
Yeah, we see John Paul Hanane is the taller of the two boxers, and he seems to be fighting on his front foot. He's going forward. I would have expected him now, to be fighting on the back foot, and Mboweni Kutani coming forward. But yeah, he's trying a shoulder roll there, Mboweni Kutani.
Yeah, I think Mayweather's the only guy that can do that properly.
Not many boxers can pull that one off, man.
So now what's happened is, like I've heard them talk before, guys, you're not here to kill each other, it's just have some good, we want to see that you can box. And funny enough, when they soften their punches and they're doing what the guys are doing right now, they're just working nicely and what have you, it hasn't impressed the judges. So it's hard to know exactly what they really want.
Yes.
Do you want serious anger, or like they must do some damage, or do they want to see this pitter-patter? It looks good, I must be honest, but it just doesn't have that knack at the end of it.
intensity,
Yeah,
that's right.
exactly.
Doesn't seem to have like the intensity that maybe the judges will be looking for. Mboweni Kutani, yes, I can see in his corner there, Sebastian Rothman. Comes from the stable of former IBO Cruiserweight champion Sebastian Rothman. I was talking to him earlier on, Anton, and I was telling him that he's looking good. He says, nah, I'm old. But I'm looking at him now, and he looks like he can come back, and give some of these youngsters a run for their money. So it looks like they'll be going for round number 2. The judges still want to see more of these two guys.
Yeah, Peter, we're in for another second round, and that's a good thing, because I was enjoying this.
Yes.
And I'd like to be a little bit more, because I want to see, I actually personally want to see who's got the edge over the other man, because these guys are going to be on the stage soon.
Of course.
It would be nice to see who's got the material.
I think the referee maybe is telling them that exactly what we are saying now, Anton, because he's just whispered some few words there to the two boxers. Maybe saying, "Now, look, let's just get a bit serious now. Let's see some serious punches now coming through." And now they seem to have listened to the referee now. Nice right hand there from Kagane.
You know, it's a funny thing. I actually think both these guys might be from the same stable. I'm looking at Sebastian and the guy in this corner here, and they are dressed the same.
Yeah,
I was speaking to them earlier. I'm just see what Sebastian had, Kagane and
Yes, yeah, Hanani, that's right. There you go. Yeah, that's now they're both landing now. So question of well, little bit of showboating there from Kutani.
It's decent boxing, but there's no aggressiveness here. So,
do you think it's a good thing to wait right up to the end of this tournament, if you like, to announce the names, or maybe it would have been good to announce immediately after the fight to say, right, you've made it or you haven't made it?
So there's two. I think once you got it, you can go off, and your family don't have to sit here the whole day.
Yes.
At the same time, when they finish this and they announce everybody, they also give them a speech about what they're going to be doing. They've got to prepare for this. So that's one speech. Otherwise, they have to do that speech several times over and over. So I think they keep them all back so that they can all put them in their place and say, listen, you got your license. Now you've got to take care of yourself. You've got to respect the sport of boxing and carry yourselves well in that. They do the same thing in amateur boxing. As soon as you get your grading, they give you a half-an-hour speech about how to carry yourself in the world.
Now they're mixing it up now. In the middle of the ring, no boxer now prepared to take a step back.
We've actually got down to some nice body shots there, and it's actually decent punches.
Yeah,
but there's no second phase with that combo, movement, and coming back with the second combo. But I do think they're from the same camp, to be honest, and hence they didn't put the moves on each other.
Please note now, we're going to do 4 more bouts, and then we're going to take a break. All those who've got tags, there's lunch served for you, and those who do not have, please note that you can buy something to eat at the spaza at the back.
Yes.
And now, bout number 12. Sbusiso Shabalala in the red corner versus Magabandile Khraka in the blue corner.
Yeah, we were on bout number 16. We went back to the bout number 11 that didn't take place, and now we are also on bout number 12 that didn't take place. This one is between Sbusiso Shabalala in the red corner. He'll be facing Magabandile Khraka.
This is the JR flyweight division. Bout number 12. Sbusiso Shabalala in the red corner versus Magabandile Khraka in the blue corner.
Let's see what these two boxers can do. Sbusiso Shabalala, he's in red. He's coming in from the red corner. He's fighting Magabandile Khraka.
With the little guys, there's always a lot of action and lots of punches. I'm excited to see this one because I was speaking to the coach just before this, and he said his guys got fire in his punches. So I'm quite excited
which
to
one
see
is
this. Kracher.
Oh, Kracher. Okay. Let's see whether Kracher can crack. Let's see if he
Exactly.
can crack.
Release the Kraken.
He's coming straight forward. He's throwing some nice body punches. But Shabalala responded with his straight left. Nice combinations there from Shabalala.
So they're working nicely and they're peppering the punches, throwing them out there. It's a waiting game sometimes, waiting for the man to expose himself, throw a punch and then countering him.
Yes.
So I believe we got Kracher on the left-hand side. Am I right?
Yes, Kracher is the man in
The
blue.
That's it.
In blue, and Shabalala is the man in red. It says here they're in the junior flyweight division. Junior
Two small
flyweight.
guys. These are 49, 48 point something
48.9,
kilos.
Yes. I mean, put together, they might be, weighing less than I weigh.
Exactly. Probably, what's that, 50 kilos? Yeah, you're not 100, Peter. Don't worry about it.
And unfortunately for these guys, they don't have much time there. They've got to impress very, very quickly.
Yeah.
Just a step in. It's not like a 6-rounder or 10-rounder fight. You've got to try to impress as quickly as possible, because if the referee feels like nothing is happening here, he might just stop the
Sure.
bout.
Yeah.
And
essentially, like it was in those days, okay? When you're fighting for your license, you're fighting for your right to fight, okay?
the right to fight,
so the
yes.
guys come out hard and everything. So when they start playing with each other, you're actually letting down the history of what's ever
Yes.
gone on, yeah? If you're
That's
hungry
right.
to fight and you want to win, go and get it,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
either he's going to beat you or you're going to beat him. So
Yes.
step up to the plate and do the business, eh?
Yeah, just go in there and just do the business, because you might not have a chance to do it in the second round. The referee might just feel like first round, that's enough. Let's move on now to other things.
The boxing's decent, the quality, but the guys have to actually push through. Now we're getting to some action. We're into the second half of the
Yes.
first round, and now it starts to heat up, and that's what I'm looking for.
As they're looking serious now. As we come to end of round number 1, are we gonna see round number 2? Looks like.
Looks like a second round.
Yeah.
The refs walking around to ask the officials yes or no. Are we going to see more?
Yes.
So here's the action. These guys are small guys, so obviously
Thank
they
you
don't
to the
have this big
boxers. They
punching
may
power,
leave the ring.
as I was told earlier.
Yes.
That's nice countering there, stepping back once a guy exposed himself with the right hand, coming over with the left hook right cross.
And now,
So
in
just
the
because a
JR
fighter's on the back foot
featherweight,
doesn't mean he's going
bout
to lose
number
or he's under
16,
pressure. He kept
Thabiso
using that as a
Lekwane
strategy to counter
versus
the other guy's attack.
Nakedi Motswako.
Look at Kraker now coming back beautifully. And the referee telling him now, he must not slap, he must not use the inside of his glove, he must punch properly. Not
So
that done.
that was it. Eh?
Yeah,
They
that was
decided
it.
enough, and
Yeah.
with Glapo now.
Yeah, no, the guys are done. We're seeing now that
The junior featherweight division,
Junior
bout
featherweight.
number 16.
Bout number
Thabiso
16, yes.
Lekwane in the red corner versus Nakedi Motswako in the blue corner.
all right, there you go. In the red corner, Thabiso Lekwane. He is the shorter of the two boxers. He's up against Nakedi Motswako. Nakedi Motswako is a bit taller. Ready? There we go. Round number 1. Tabiso Lekwani. Throws good combinations. Very, very fast.
It's very sharp punching. I like the speed of this because it looks like these guys are decent. So we've got something that looks decent for a change. And the smaller man there is actually the attacking man. Even though he's on the back foot, he's willing to have a go. And he's coming, he's coming, and sooner or later, I'm sure he should be able to take over this round. Once he's countered his attacker's strategy. Stay there, stay there, stay there.
This fight, this bout here is fought at a high pace.
Yeah, and the punches are thrown with quite a bit of vuma.
Yes.
There's lots of iron, flames on the back of those punches. So be nice to see when these guys land a punch or two, because they're actually not landing many punches like those ones at the end of a combination that have the power.
Yes,
they're still testing each other.
And definitely they're out to impress. You can see they're really, really out to impress, these two guys. They know what is at stake here. And what is at stake here is to impress the judges, so that the judges can say, yes, you are ready to go on and fight as a professional.
So I saw the referee having a word with him again, and it's like they get 3 punches in and then they back out, back in and out. And so I think the ref probably had said something like, we need something more. And Peter, like, I've been watching it the whole day.
Yeah.
The guys are throwing 3 to 4 punches and they're stopping and they're backing off.
Yes.
And there's no second phase or finishing a 7-punch or 8-punch combination. And it'll be good to see that, because then that means you got a boxer that is evolved past throwing 3 punches.
Tabiso Lekwani a little bit upright. It's too upright a little bit. The shorter boxer Tabiso Lekwani. I don't know. That's my observation. What do you think? Well, he's moving around now. Yeah, it looks like now he just heard me say that, and
but listen, if you look at his build, geez, he's got muscles coming out of his back and things like that. He looks ripped to shreds, as they say in the boxing, in the bodybuilding world. He looks like he can do it. So be interesting to see how he does. I mean, this is in the junior bantamweights,
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes. End of round number 1. Yeah, what are the judges saying? Have they seen enough? There's the slow-mo there. This is what was happening in that round. No big punches landing so far. And I think Anthony, it's due really to these guys' defensive skills. They really, really are able to look after themselves. Let's see the shorter boxer there, Lekwani, avoiding those punches.
So there's this thing, Peter, that they're doing. They go back and forth, and nobody like blocks a few punches and then counters that guy's attack. And I haven't seen much of that today, and that is...
Yeah, they're going for round number 2 now.
So let's see. I hope somebody throws a few punches, blocks a few, and actually counters back, because then we're getting into the serious boxing.
You're talking about Lekwani there, the shorter of the 2 boxers, how ripped he is. You know, yes, he's really looks muscular and everything, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're a good boxer if ever you got the muscles, right? Muscles don't translate into
muscles.
Good boxing.
Tattoos and muscles don't win fights. It's it's technicalities, it's technical ability and strategy and things like that, you know.
Because sometimes I think that some people are born really with good-looking bodies, and they don't have to do much, really, for them to look good. But they say also boxing is not a beauty contest. You can go out there looking good, but now there's no boxing skill.
Yeah, you know, it's exactly that. You can have the fancy haircuts and the good equipment and whatever and look fancy, but can you actually put all that fanciness to good work and put the guy away? And that's what people want to see.
So they continue. Tabiso Lekwane, all in blue, is the shorter of the two boxers, and he's facing Nakiri Mutsuako. The judges are letting them continue. They've had the first fight, the first round. They are into now the second round. And the judges are saying, no, either they like this, as you say, or maybe they're still not so sure and say, what are we seeing here? Are these guys really...
Could be both of them respect each other, and they know if they get close and they do try and wind their own combination, they might at the same time get caught with their own.
Yeah.
So Richard Smith was very much like that. You pick the guy off until you're certain that you can put him away, and then you can finish, but don't do anything before that.
But I'm impressed with them. I don't know about you. I think they're fighting well.
I think both of them should get through, must be honest. It's good boxing, eh? Snappy punching, and now they're starting to get into it.
Yeah, they're beginning to
maybe a
now.
second round for this this bout would be a good idea.
Wow. That was good. That was good. Even the crowd is giving him some, support.
Thank you to the boxers.
We had 2 rounds in that one. Was there only 1 round, Peter?
No, that was the second one.
There was the second round.
Yeah.
So we were getting to a place of finality. If there was a 3rd round, you can see the atmosphere had hotted up quite a lot.
Mohammed
nice
Stratstone versus Masande Mavumengwana.
Right here, we're now bout number 17 now.
They said we were going to take a break
Mohammed
now.
Stratstone against Masante Mavumengwana. This is a tongue-twisting surname, eh?
Okay, you know what I'm going to do, eh?
Yeah.
I'm going to
This is still the junior featherweight division.
Names I can't get my way
Bout number
around.
17.
Yes,
Mohammed Stratstone in the red corner versus Masande Mavumengwana in the blue corner.
Mavumengwana. Masante Mavumengwana. Mohammed Stratstone will be fighting out of the red corner. There he is stepping into the ring. The referee will call the two boxers to the center of the ring and give them final instructions. The referee patiently explaining the rules, and the two boxers shake hands. They go to their respective corners. This one is in the junior featherweight division. Fighting out of the red, Mohammed Stratstone against Masante Mavumengwana. Box, says the referee. Mavumengwana is tall. He's using his reach and needs to get his jab going. Mohamed Gladstone bouncing around. It's a funny thing here that a shorter boxer, is sticking out his left to make room for his right hand. Normally, you would see taller boxers doing that to shorter boxers, sticking out their jabs in the face of their opponent. But Gladstone is actually not doing not so bad. He's reaching his taller opponent. Oh, nice left jab there from Gladstone. And he's fighting the right fight. Gladstone is shorter, so he's going to be coming forward. Otherwise, his punches are going to be falling short. Yeah, nice body punches, but the referee says pick it up, don't hit below the belt. Nice left jab there from Mavumengwana. Nice straight from Gladstone. I don't know about you watching at home there, but I think I'm impressed with these two boxers. Throwing the right kind of punches. They can defend themselves. It's turning out to be a good bout, this one. 10 seconds left in round number 1. And there's issues there with the waist guard of Mohamed Gladstone. Box on his referee as the bell rings for the end of round number 1. Have they seen enough? Did the referee and the judges see enough? Are they gonna order round number 2? Looks like they are going to have round number 2. Referee is talking to both boxers. He spoke to Gladstone, and then after that, but before that, yeah, he was speaking to Masande Mavumengwana, and now he's talking to the officials at ringside. Are they gonna go for round number 2? No, that's it. Looks like they're done. Looks like they're done. Looks like they're done.
Thank you to our boxers. You may leave the ring.
Yeah, all right. There's the official decision.
Please note that after this bout, we will take a break. And now, the junior lightweight division, bout number 18. Regan Peterson versus Temba Lukele.
Bout number, was it bout number 18? I'm not so sure what bout it was.
Regan Peterson in the red corner versus Temba Lukele in the blue corner.
I'm trying to look at the fight, I'm try to locate that fight. I'm struggling to find this coming up fight. I think I heard the ring announcer saying Lukele. I'm trying to look. I don't see any. Oh, there you go. Bout number 17. Yes, there it is. It is bout number 17. Reagan Peterson in red. He's fighting out of the red corner. He's up against Temba Lukele in the blue corner. Boxers are ready to face each other. And there they go straight into a left-right combination. Reagan Peterson is the taller boxer. Throwing some nice combinations, pinning his opponent against the ropes. And there's that nervous energy that we're talking about with Anton. Oh, now he's getting some big punches coming from Reagan Peterson. Looks like Reagan Peterson wants to stop or force a stop in this very first round. Bouncing around and throwing the left, Reagan Peterson. Nice left shake there from Temba Lukele. It was a nice left hook. Misses with the right hand. But they seem to be throwing the right kind of punches, these two boxers. So, from what I've seen so far, in my opinion, I think they are ready to move to professional range. But Reagan Peterson has got a bad tendency, you know, of leaving his face uncovered. He's throwing some straight left and right jabs. He's getting caught by Temba Lukele. Nice body punch from Peterson. Everett says to Lukele, don't hold your, don't arm wrestle and hold your opponent's hand. Another jab and straight right hand. See now what do you mean when you say boxers need to use their jabs? Because really sets up a punch from the right hand. And of round number one.
Thank you to the boxers. You may leave the ring.
They may leave the ring.
And now we're going to take a break. All those who are wearing tags, please go to the bar for lunch. And if you're not wearing a tag, you may buy snacks and food in the shop behind. Thank you.
Gonna have a break now, and we'll be back after some moments. I'm not sure how long the break is gonna be, but yeah, we'll be back as we see.
Please note at the lunch break, only 30 minutes. We will come back at 20 to 3.
The last round. There is Peterson there pinning his opponent against the ropes. And
afternoon, everyone. And we are back with bout 19. Justin Mostert versus Denzel Suprayen.
Announce it as rising as 18, 17, so that but it's fine,
We're still in the junior lightweight division. Bout number 19, Justin Mostert in the red corner versus Denzel Suprayen in the blue corner.
Right, in Vendale, we are now going to be watching bout number 18. It is between Justin Mostert in the red corner against Denzel Suprayen. There's the first bell going. And I'm all by myself now for the next few bouts because Anton had to go back downstairs now because he's got two boxers fighting. So he's going to be trying to prepare them for their next bout. So you're going to be hearing just my voice. My name is Peter Liopeng. And yeah, this bout looks very, very interesting now. These two boxers prepared to throw a lot of punches. Justin Mostert and Denzel Suprayen. Justin Mostert is the tall of the two boxers. You can see he's a tall boxer, and he tries to use his reach advantage. Is working for him. And Denzel needs to be closing the gap. Or am I getting it wrong? Justin Mostert, I think maybe yes, is the shorter of the two boxers. And Denzel Suprayen is the taller boxer. You can see he's using his reach advantage very, very well. He's just throwing punches, but he's not having it all on his own. Justin Mostert is there. He's nice, pushing his punches himself. Nice left jab going there for Denzel Suprayen. Yeah, they're not leaving anything now. These guys now for later. They're just throwing as many punches as they can. Nice left jab there. If I really was to choose The guy in control here should be Denzel Scobrian. He's using his advantages. He's tall. He's got longer reach, and he's using it. 10 seconds left in round number 1. What are the judges looking at now? What are the judges seeing? Are they impressed now with the tall Denzel Scobrian or the shorter Justin Mostet? Mostet is throwing some nice left-right hooks. Not very much high on the left jab. End of round number 1.
Thank you to the boxers. You may leave the ring.
Leave the ring.
And now, to the lightweight division, bout number 20, Sharton Malalita versus Njabulo Merile.
Using his reach advantage.
Larry Idabar, you are next. Please get ready. Larry Idabar.
Avoiding punches there from Mostet. That's what you need to do as a shorter boxer. You need to make your taller opponent miss by going below his punches.
Bout
Nice
number
left jab there
20,
from Mostet.
Sharton Malalita in the red corner versus Njabulo Merile in the blue corner.
Round number 19 now. Sharton Malajika. He's going to be in the red corner. He'll be facing Njabulo Merile in the blue corner. There he is there. Charlton Malajika is the brother of Ricardo Malajika, younger brother. And they're both trained by
Sharton Malajika, red corner, versus Njabulo Merile, blue corner.
Sharton Malajika. A lot is expected of him. He already has a manager in Brian Mitchell, and definitely he'll be promoted if it does go through by Golden Gloves Promotions. It's already been touted as the next best thing in boxing, following in his brother's footsteps, Ricardo Malajika. He has to step out of the ring now, Sharton Malajika. I don't know why. I suspect that maybe he doesn't have his waist guard. Yeah, they're going to have to go to the back and must get to the waist guard.
What's this?
His opponent, Njabulo Merile.
How do you say?
He'll have to wait for his opponent. He's patiently waiting there in the blue corner. Bout number 19, you've just joined us, and we are at the Studio 4 Ringside in Fendale. What a fantastic venue. It is really, really beautiful. If you want to come and see.
And now, bout 21, Carl van Blerk versus Sasha Thesnell.
Biggest collection that I've seen of Harley Davidson. The motorbikes that are here, it's unbelievable. I don't own a bike, and I've never owned a bike.
We are now moving to bout 21, Carl van Blerk versus Sasha Thesnell.
We're moving to bout 21.
Carl van Blerk in the red corner versus Sasha Thesnell in the blue corner.
Tumelo Mphahlele. Bout 21 will be facing Sasha Thesnell. But it doesn't look like. I don't think this is bout number 21. There's not Tumelo Mphahlele here. I see two white boxes. I don't think any one of them is Tumelo Mphahlele. probably bout number 20. I think this is bout number 20. Carl van Black versus Larry Eduba. Yes, in the red corner is Carl van Black. He's facing Larry Eduba. Both boxers shake hands. And from the way I'm looking at Larry Eduba, I think he's a southpaw. Oh, no, he's an orthodox. Okay, so both boxers are orthodox boxers. Starting up with throwing some huge punches. Oh, nice left jab there going through from Larry Eduba. These guys coming here, they mean business. They really mean business. They're just going at each other. Nice big punches there from Larry Eduba. He's getting his punches through. Punches are getting through. Punches are getting through. Larry Eduba. Nice body punches there. But Carl van Black is just not sitting back. He's throwing nice big punches of his own. Nice uppercut there from Van Black. Van Black is the guy really with the red trunks, red and black trunks. And how nicely he avoided those punches. Nice right hand, lazing the head of Larry Eduba. Nice body punches. What is really impressing me about these boxers today so far is that, they're not just headhunters. Normally, the problem with the boxers coming from the amateur ranks is that now they seem to be concentrating on the head and forgetting about the body. But these boxers here, they mix their punches very, very well. Which shows that they're definitely ready for the professional ranks. Look at this nice left hook there from Eduba. Nice pop and weaving from Van Black. Traps his opponent now in the corner against the ropes. But equally, look how beautifully Larry Eduba avoided those punches, and the crowd is really, really impressed.
Thank you to the boxers. You may leave the ring.
Yeah, Larry Eduba, that's right. Yeah, he's trained by my co-commentator here, Anton. And Anton, he's told me that now he's got some two boxers now we're going to be fighting. That is why I'm on my own for now.
And now we move to the bout 22 lightweight division. Tumelo Mphahlele, the blue corner, and Larry Eduba in the red corner.
And now that fight that we were talking about, Sasha Tesnell against Tumelo Mphahlele. It says on my script here that it is bout 21, but the ring announcer there called it bout 22. But nevertheless, it looks like we will be having that fight between Sasha Tesnell and Tumelo Mphahlele. Tumelo Mphahlele fighting out of the blue corner is already in the ring, I think. That's him in the red corner there, in the blue corner. And where is his opponent? Where is his opponent? See, the referee there is also not sure who's who.
Can Larry Edebo's trainer or manager come here, please? Larry Edebo's trainer or manager, come to the desk, please.
According for Larry Edebo's trainer, and that was Anton Gilmore. I don't know why they're calling out for him, but they're calling out for him. They say he needs to report somewhere. It's a bit of confusion here. I don't know what is taking place. The referee is talking to the officials at ringside. I think he's telling the boxer now to leave the ring.
We're still in the lightweight division. Bout number 20, Sharton Malajiga versus Njabulo Merile.
Yes, Malajiga is back in the ring.
Sharton Malajiga in the red corner and Njabulo Merile in the blue corner.
Njabulo Merile, that's right. That's why that was supposed to happen earlier. Sharton Malajiga in the red corner will be facing Njabulo Merile in the blue corner. Sharton Malajiga, the brother of Ricardo Malajiga, both boxers from the stable of Vosim Tolo. Final instructions there from the referee. This is bout number 19 on my script here. Round number 1, let's see. Njabulo, immediately we see that he's a southpaw, cutting out of the southpaw stance. Sharton Malajiga throws a right hand but misses. Nice left hook there that caught Merile. Nice. Right uppercut. He looks mean, this Sharton Malajiga. Tries a right hand, but I think that he found that in Njabulo Merile's southpaw stance it's not easy to handle, but he just landed, left to right combination. Because he's got a... Okay, the referee now pushes them back to their corners. I don't know what he's looking for, the referee, but he's talking to an official there. And Malajiga is leaving the ring. He's leaving the ring.
Tumelo Mpahlele come through to the red corner. Tumelo Mpahlele.
Tumelo Mpahlele. My goodness, I don't know what the hell is happening here now. Now they've called a boxer in bout number 21, Tumelo Mpahlele, and they say he's in the red corner. So now Tumelo Mpahlele now is going to be fighting Njabulo Merile. I am confused now. I don't know what is what. Looks like Malajiga was fighting the wrong opponent, so they had to pull him out. Maybe this fight here, maybe the guy in the red corner is Sasha Tesnell versus Tumelo Mpahlele. Now the guy now, Tumelo Mpahlele now is already warmed up because he had about 1.5 minutes now with Sharton Malajiga. But both these boxers now fighting from the southpaw standards, both southpaw. The guy in the red, from the red corner, should be Sasha Tesnell. I'm not even sure that whether he is or not, because it was not set. He's coming up with some nice combinations there and a nice uppercut. He's mixing his punches very, very well. Must remember that these two boxers now, being both southpaws, they're not used to fighting boxers like themselves. Down goes Tumelo Mpahlele, but the referee says that was not punch. It was a slip. Still sizing each other, these two boxers. Throwing punches, but very little landing. Tesnell tries an uppercut. Throwing their jabs. Remember now, as southpaws, these two boxers, they jab with their right. And right now, it's just an exchange of the jabs. And Sasha Tesnell in the red, I think. He's really pinning his boxer against the ring. And there's the experience showing. That sound there was to say the 10 seconds left in the round, and the boxer turned his
Thank you
back.
to the boxers. You may leave the ring.
Leave the ring now. They're leaving the ring. But I was talking about now the inexperience, him going backwards. As we see the slow-mo. That's how you went down. Tumelo Mpahlele. And the referee said it ruled it a slip.
We're still in the lightweight division, bout 23. Winner Maluleke versus G-Man Roy.
Bout 23 is supposed to be the ladies' bout, but the ring announcer is called it something else. And on my script, this is
Winner Maluleke in the red corner and G-Man Roy in the blue corner.
on my script that is bout number 22, but nevertheless, that's what the ring announcer is saying. Red corner is winner Maluleke. So his parents, when they named him this guy, they just said, this one is going to be a winner. He's going to be winning everything. So let's see if he's going to win this bout, or at least be provided a license to fight as a professional. Winner Maluleke is fighting from the red corner. He's up against G-Man Roy from the blue corner. Boxers are ready to do their thing, ready to do battle, and the referee calls them to the center of the ring. I give them the instructions and then say shake hands, and then they can start. Winner Maluleke fighting out of the red corner against G-Man Roy from the blue corner. Winner Maluleke is taller. Throws a lazy left. Doesn't land. Doesn't even touch his opponent. He's thrown about 3 or 4 jabs. Then the 5th one, and yeah, as I say, he's not even touching his opponent. Criticizing each other, these two boxers. Must be careful. A nice right hand there from Roy. I was about to say that these two boxers got to be careful that you don't only have these few minutes to impress the judges. But if maybe the judges don't like what they are seeing, they can just call off the fight, and these two boxers won't be granted licenses to fight as in the professional ranks. Chiman Roy, shorter boxer, is coming in close, is closing the gap and finding the range. The referee steps in between the two boxers. I don't know what he's saying. He says, I don't think he's impressed. The referee is saying, I am
Thank
not
you to the
impressed with what I'm
boxers.
seeing.
You may leave the ring.
And the two boxers have been ordered to leave the ring. It might not be good for them, the two boxers. This might not be spelling good news for the two boxers. You're too casual. You're not engaging. And the referee stepped in and said, that's it.
And now we're doing the junior welterweight division. Bout 24, the ladies. Rasia Esob doing hand pads with no opponent.
Right, going to see the ladies' special attraction, the ladies' bout. Monica Nkandla against Raisa Esop. Raisa Esop is fighting from the blue corner. There she is. She's going into the middle of the ring there. Oh, okay, she'll just be doing the pads. Yes, she's doing the pads. Raisa Esop. Wow, that's impressive, really, coming from a lady. Look how she's throwing those punches. Combinations. Wow, beautiful. It's quite a skill, ready to punch between the pads. That's Raisa Esop. That's the boxer that Anton Gilmore was talking about. Wow, she looks very, very impressive. The pads there with Malinga, one of the Malinga brothers. This is an exhibition of doing the pads. There's the end of the round.
Thank you to the boxer. You may leave the ring.
Impressing the crowd here.
And now, still on the junior welterweight ladies, bout 25, Tabang Dlovu versus Lindokuhle Kuzwayo.
Right, now we move into the real fight now. Bout number 24, Tabang Dlovu will be facing Lindokuhle Kuzwayo. I see the boxers getting ready to step into the ring. And Lindokuhle Kuzwayo comes from the stable of Sean Smith.
Bout 25, Tabang Dlovu in the red corner versus Lindokuhle Kuzwayo in the blue corner.
Tabang Dlovu in the red corner against Lindokuhle Kuzwayo in the blue corner. Referee calls them to the center of the ring. And this is a very, very tough referee here. If he's not impressed, he will stop. I think that's what he's telling them. If you guys don't show any effort, I will stop the bout and you might have to leave the ring. There's the bell to start the bout. Kuhle Kuzwayo looks very, very impressive. Look at that nice left jab that he just threw. Tries the right hand there. And Thabang Ndlovu is sticking out his hands, his arms, sticking them out, trying to keep his opponent at bay. Let's look at those nice, fast jabs from Kuzwayo. Alright, tries a straight right. And Kuzwayo looks very, very impressive. It really, really looks impressive. And I've got a feeling that he will be granted status as a professional. There's stopping the fight. And the referee is consulting the officials.
Thabang Ndlovu stays in the ring and the rest of the boxers can leave.
This is it. I think they've seen enough from Lindo Kuzwayo and say this guy is ready. This guy is already as a professional, to go professional. There he leaves the ring with his trainer, Sean Smith. He's really, really impressed now in this.
Bout 25, we're still in the junior welterweight division. Thabang Ndlovu versus Joseph Mphahlele.
Okay, there's Thabang Ndlovu will be fighting Joseph Mphahlele. I don't see Joseph Mphahlele here.
And our referee is still Rian Janse van Rensburg.
Seem to be
Thabang Ndlovu in the red corner versus Joseph Mphahlele in the blue corner.
I don't see any Joseph Mphahlele, but nevertheless Joseph Mphahlele is in the blue corner. He'll be fighting Thabang Ndlovu in the red corner. We're giving them straight instructions. Thabang Ndlovu now has this second bite of the cherry. Against Joseph Mphahlele. We hear. And Joseph Mphahlele really is not giving Thabang Ndlovu any time now to catch his breath. But now Ndlovu should be warmed up by now, because now he had about 2 minutes with Lindo Kuzwayo. There's a lot of punches now coming up, and the referee got to stop the fight to have those straps tightened up. And he's calling the corner now and said, do you have some tape to put around the gloves of Joseph Mphahlele? They resume. Thabang Ndlovu against Joseph Mphahlele. Thabang Ndlovu with the men in red. Fighting the men in the green, lime green top. Joseph Mpatlele. Throwing big punches. They're not leaving anything behind, these two guys. Cognizant of the fact that unless it impress the judges, the fight will be stopped, and you might have to come back next year. Nice right hand there from Joseph Mpatlele. Big nuts right hand as catches and Ndlovu coming in. Joseph Mpatlele on the back foot, but he's controlling the fight. Catches Ndlovu again, going backwards. He's going backwards. Ndlovu's the aggressor. But the one getting nailed. End of the round. And the crowd really gives them a round of applause.
Thank you to the boxers. You may leave the ring.
You guys can actually leave the ring. Indeed, the two boxers are leaving the ring. Here now, which part will be next?
Still on the junior welterweight division. Standile Majola. He will be doing hand.
Do you know why Raisa didn't fight
hand pads with no opponent?
Maybe?
I have no reason, no idea. And then she was supposed to spar against Smash, and Smash didn't bring any equipment, and she was in jeans.
Yes.
And we were good for it. But
so that's why
Monica, by the way, is at 5 Pro fights. She was licensed last year. Why she had to come through and do her license today? Nobody knows.
I don't know. So I know she's 10 Pro already.
Sure. And she's had 5 fights, 5 wins.
Exactly.
Against a girl that's going for a pro license. And my girl probably could have handled it. But and it's my girl, by the way.
Yes.
And Ray would have been fine. But they went to the pads thing, and as you can see on the pad, she can do it. I mean, she's got 6
pads, but she was impressive.
Yeah,
she was very, very impressive. Really, Raisa Esop now in doing the pads. And and I saw her giving you. Congratulating her after she did those fights.
Bouts 27, Standile Majola, hand pads with no opponent.
I mean, so, that's always an uncomfortable thing, is to go with somebody else's coach. Because can you understand the pads that they're throwing out there?
Yeah, but they didn't do a good job. Malinga and Esop.
And then Sasha Tesna, he was up against... it says Tomelo Pen, but it wasn't.
Somebody else.
It was actually a guy from, his name is Cole.
Yeah.
He's from Brian Mitchell's gym. And I think Sasha did rather well there.
Yes,
I was impressed, and he was good. But he's such a critical person of his own performance that he came out and was, I'm not good enough. But he was by far good enough. He didn't even get caught. And he's aggressive, and he's got movement, and he's evasive. So I think he's got all the components of a decent fighter. Anyway.
Yes. And now going to be something very
another
interesting.
Another hand pads guy.
Yeah, now they're doing the hands. Now, which one is this one?
So we had...
Now look at the referee now. Referee now showing that now he's just now more than just a referee. He can hold the pads and then do a good job.
He's got his own boxing gym, eh?
Oh, he's got his own gym?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And he was actually one of the top amateur refs. Then he came over to the pros.
Yes.
Politically.
Wow. You can see now that this is the man that knows what he's doing in the ring there.
It's a funny thing. So, Raisa got the opportunity to go on the pads. Can you take a punch?
Yes. That's another story.
Hand pads and bags don't hit back. So you'll never know the true quality of your person. Yes. But I know she can take a punch.
I think so. Yes,
We have
she
no
looked
sparring
good.
at our gym, so she spars with boys only. You know, men.
Yes,
Yeah.
men, yeah.
So anyway, good day at the office.
That's it. Good exhibition of the pets there.
We almost finished. Is Malajika still? He was up there already.
Yes, no, he boxed and then he had to stop and then left the ring.
Yeah.
I don't know whether because now they'd seen enough or maybe it was the wrong opponent.
Sure. And
Yeah.
and they didn't bring anybody else back for him.
They didn't. They took him out, and then the guy that he was up against had to box against somebody
Okay.
else.
He's a former. He is an SA champion. So like, why would you, by virtue of that, you get your license automatically? Yeah.
Very cool. That's
Yeah.
very
No.
good guy.
He's,
Stanley Majola,
and he's
please
totally
do not
different
remove
to
your gear.
Ricardo,
To his pride,
because
that's
he's
right.
more of a Mexican coming, chop your head off type of fighter, and Ricardo is the hitter mover. You know.
Yes, yes. Right, let's see now what next bout we will be seeing. Referee still in the ring. We'll see the ball ring. We hear from the ring announcer now which fight now is coming from.
And now we are in the super middleweight division, bout 28. Tabang Mukwena versus Mbuyelo Aluvavi.
Which one is that?
Sean Smith, please come to the desk urgently. Sean Smith.
Tabang Mabena against Buelo Aluvani.
We are still on the super middleweight division,
Yeah.
bout 28. Tabang Mukwena in the red corner versus Mbuyelo Aluvavi in the blue corner.
See, for us
Okay,
here,
so
it's,
yeah.
it's about 27, but it comes about 28.
But and it's also they say Mukwena, and
Mukwena,
it
it's
looks
not
like
Mukwena, it's Mabena.
this is Mabena.
Mabena, yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, well, we'll just go with what we have in front of us.
let
yeah.
it go, man. Just let it go. Anyway, let's go and let's see what we got.
Yes, yeah, from the red corner, right, this Tabang Mabena now seems to be coming from the
Tabang
stable.
Mukwena in the red corner
She still says,
versus
Mukwena.
Mbuyelo Aluvavi in the blue corner.
Tabang is in
The red corner.
the red corner, and you can see now his corner. Now he's got the experienced Manny Fernandez.
Yes, Manny only brought one guy today, and that's his guy. But now he's stepping out and somebody else is stepping in. Right. Ref brings them to the center of the ring. Let's go.
So we'll go with Tabang. We'll call him Tabang Mabena because that's what the script says in front of us here. Even though the ring announcer called him Tabang Mukwena.
Ring announcer.
Ring announcer,
Ring
yes,
announcer.
yeah, we don't know what. Okay, but it says Tabang Mabena here, up against Mbuelo Aluvavi. There we go.
See a beginner here already. This guy's moving around nicely, but he is moving on to the right-hand side. Got
Yes,
too much
exactly.
bounce. Looks like a beginner.
Yes, like a beginner, that's right. But now he's throwing some
He's got some flashy punches.
punches, exactly. So maybe he's just a little bit nervous now. He will settle down and then we will see some nice boxing from him. Tabang Mabena.
Mabelo is just tracking his man down, cornering him. He's going to wait for him to gas a bit. He's got his range play going nicely. He's slipping the punches, and he's going to get in there sooner or later. And
Yes.
then he's going to open up with punches.
Yeah, it looks like it.
And we've got to find out if Mabena can actually take those punches.
He covers up nicely when he's cornered, but let's see whether he can. What happens really when he gets tapped with a real good punch. Well, the referee seems to be unimpressed. And say, guys, there has to be contact. You can't just be
Yeah.
jumping around the ring and then throwing punches. Nothing's
Exactly. There hasn't been any ferocity or an
Yes.
attacking or completion of a combination.
happening. That's
So
right.
he's
This is
looking for that because
Yeah.
somebody wants to get punched in. They want to see people punched in the face. Can
Yeah.
they take it? That's better.
yeah,
And now he's
that's,
backing off, and they don't want that. They want you to put pressure on and see how the guy's going to handle. Because
Yeah.
if they give him a license here and he does it in his first fight, then boxing looks bad. So he must be tested here.
Exactly. Aluvavi, as we said, Anton, you can see now really is putting Mapena now under
He should
pressure
be
now.
cutting the ring off. No
He's cutting-
disrespect, but he's just following this guy around and he's going tick-tock clockwise.
Yeah.
And if a guy's moving on to the right hand, then you drop the right hand first.
Aluvavi is not really wasting a lot of punches. He just
No,
punches
sure.
when it really matters.
But he's running out of time, so he's got to do it now.
Yeah, no, he's got to show that he can handle a boxer that moves.
So he's avoided all the punches. Can he land the punches? And he's had a go at this guy, and he hasn't landed anything clean.
Nothing really clean has landed.
And he looks fantastic because he's slipping everything.
And both go down.
Yeah.
And the referee says, well, move to your corners.
And that's Georgian Corsi's fighter from Hillbrow.
Thank you to the
Doesn't look bad.
boxers. You may leave the ring.
Boxers have been told to leave the ring, Anton. I don't know. What do
So
you think?
listen.
You think that they did well? This,
They did okay, but personally, nobody's landing any punches.
no one is landing.
And
That's
now,
right.
going back to the junior welterweight division, bout 27, Standile Majola versus Lindokuhle Kuzwayo.
Machola against Kuzwayo. So Kuzwayo will be coming back for the second time. And then Kuzwayo. That's Kuzwayo. And then the other one is who? Majola. Yes, where's Majola? Let's see. There's no Majola here. Kuzwayo is here. We can see Lindo Kuzwayo. But now where is Majola?
Here's Majola.
Yes, that's Majola, yes. So Majola will be up against
Kuzwayo.
Kuzwayo, okay?
We are in the junior welterweight division. Bout 27, Standile
welterweight,
Majola
63.5
in the
kilos.
red corner versus Lindokuhle Kuzwayo in the blue corner.
All right, the man in the red corner, Standile Majola, is already in the ring. He's just, he came in earlier on and did the pads. Remember, he didn't actually box. He was doing the pads. He did the pads. Now he's gonna go now against a real boxer now, a real person.
Did he do the pads
Yeah, he
just
did
now?
the pads,
Okay,
yeah.
and they
He did the
eventually
pads.
found him an opponent.
Yes.
Must have dug up Rocky Marciano or something like that. I'm joking.
Yeah, Standile Majola
So he's got an
against
opponent now.
Kuzwayo, waiting for Lindokuhle Kuzwayo. Kuzwayo has already fought. He's already seen him fighting.
And this is weight division, 63.5.
Yeah, it's a junior welterweight. Yes.
Well, the day's almost wrapped itself up, our people at home.
Yeah.
So we got 1, 2, 3, and then that's it. We're done for the day.
Yeah.
Plus this one possibly. So
Looks like
we've
we're
got
done
4
for the day,
fights.
That's right, yes. And we wait for the judges now to go and tally up their numbers and then make decisions and decide now who of the boxers that we saw this afternoon are going to make it through to the as professional boxers, the professional ranks. So Tandile Majola from the red corner is shadow boxing because his opponent
Lindokuhle Kuzwayo, come through please.
has been called up. Now there he seems to be coming. That's right. There he comes in the red, in the blue corner.
Bout
Lindokuhle
27, Standile
guys, you know what's
Majola
nice
in the
about
red
this
corner
is,
versus Lindokuhle
it's a Smith
Kuzwayo
boy
in the blue
versus-
corner.
He doesn't have a coach in that corner.
Yeah, it
and
doesn't
it
seem
should
to
be
not anybody in the corner.
yeah. So it's interesting. I see a Smith guy. It's what is Sean Smith bringing to the table there? He's got South Africa on the back of his shirt. So I'm sure we've got some talent here.
Lindo Kuche was very, very impressive in this last fight, by the way.
And he's
He looks like a
in his sparring, eh?
yes, yeah. He comes from the stable of Sean Smith,
Yes.
so he seems to be knowing exactly what he's doing.
And his opponent doesn't look too bad, but because why? I mean, he's got that SA. If he's got an SA title, or he's fought for South Africa, you know, he shouldn't even have to be sparring today, to be honest.
Yeah,
But he's got quality. You can see it.
yeah, he got quality absolutely. But now look where his left hand is, inviting his opponent really to throw the right hand.
Sure, 100%.
Yeah.
And his opponent's doing pretty well. Also doing the same thing, going clockwise onto the man's right hand.
Yes.
Which is might not be a bad thing, because you know, if you move on to the left hand and it's good, then you might be making trouble for yourself unless you know how to roll or slip.
Yeah. And Lindo Kutle Kuzwaya, no mess. You can see now. You know,
It's all one-way traffic. It's just pressure, pressure,
Yeah, just
pressure,
pressure,
and the
pressure,
guy
pressure.
defending and fighting out of in a defensive nature. Oh,
now he's beginning to punish his opponent now, and the referee says, "Okay, don't hit to the back."
and
You're
I think
fighting
that was
well.
needed. The referee needed to give him a gap, because
Thank you to the boxers. You may leave the ring.
Somebody that's probably not on the same level.
Yes, that's
Anyway,
right.
so that fight's done.
Yeah, that's what he's
And
done.
moving on to
To the super
revelation,
middleweight,
the
yeah.
captain.
The super middleweight division now. We've already seen this one,
Yeah.
right?
So now we're on.
Tabang Mabena against Bulelo Aluvavi.
So Diva Uma versus Tumi Nakedi.
Nakedi, yes, yeah. But this one now, is the name or surname? Okay, we'll hear what they say, what the ring announcer says.
So for our people watching at home, we've got 3 fights left according to our program.
Yes.
And we'll be finishing
And
up.
now we're going back to the super middleweight division. Doriana versus Duminagedi.
So they call him Doviame. That's what we'll call him, Doviame. We don't know whether this is the name or
This
surname,
is
or
the super
maybe
middleweight division.
name and
Bout
surname,
29. Doriana in the red corner versus Duminagedi in the blue corner.
So they're calling this bout 29. Damiana versus Tumi Nakedi.
Okay, that's right. Yeah, they're both in the ring. And the
Super
bout
middleweights.
is about to start. It is in the super middleweight division.
This is a 76.5 division, guys, just so you know. Super middleweights. And funny enough, this is where Tommy Gunn started out.
Oh,
in
yes,
this
yeah, the
division,
super
eh?
middleweight. I remember, yes. And now he's fighting
Cruisers.
as a cruiserweight. But he's got the height. The nice thing about Tommy is that now he's got the height. So
Yeah, he's 2 meters tall, so he can
Exactly.
carry himself in the. And you know, he's pushing for that big fight with Junior Makaba. Let's see what happens, eh? You
yes,
know, if
it
enough
happens.
people want to see it in the WBC or whoever wants to see it, it will happen. Oh,
oh, nice straight right hand there from
yeah, onto a southpaw's chin.
yes.
And he's got the nice bounce in his legs. You see how he hits that shot, steps back, and he's ready to pounce with another right hand.
Yes. Tumina Gedi
But he's
is
a
a
little bit slow
southpaw.
in it.
It's supposed to be awkward, but it seems to be a sitting duck now for
Yeah.
Giovanni.
If you're a southpaw and you don't know how to use the advantage of being a
that's
southpaw, you're
advantage,
going to get
yes.
walk into bombs.
Yes. But he's avoiding the punches now nicely.
Sure. You know what the people on the headhunters, and when a guy goes back and he leans his head backwards, go for his body, man.
Go for the body. The body is there. The body is not moving.
Mm.
The head is small and also it's moving around, so it's difficult to hit the head. So why now, go for something that is difficult to hit?
To be honest, this the kid in the blue, I think he's got a good couple extra kilos that he can lose. Eh?
Yeah,
he
he
could
can
be down
lose.
at middles at least. Eh?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, I can see his body really can do with a little bit of trimming.
Training, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not in the same arena as his opponent.
Nah, to Avami, yes, right. It's another class, man. He's throwing some nice left jabs so far.
Considering his limited ability, he's surviving quite nicely, but you can see his opponent is going to start putting the pressure on now and taking some big shots. He's going to set him up, and then there's going to be a bomb dropped.
Yes, definitely.
That right hand was working for him so nicely just now, and he's not throwing it enough.
Yeah, Tumina Keri is just missing.
Now he's switched to southpaw as well.
We are now fighting both the southpaws now. Let's see how Tumina Keri handles a fellow southpaw.
I remember I sparred with Daniel Ward back in the day, and he needed southpaw sparring, so Richard said to me, change to southpaw, and I broke my nose. So if it's not your thing, don't go there, man.
Yes. Nice right hand there from Giovanni. 10 seconds left in this round. End of the round.
Thank you to the
There was a lot
boxers.
of
You may
activity in that
leave
round.
the
I liked it. It
ring.
was good boxing.
Yes, there was, yeah.
Nothing major, no big damage, but I mean both guys were cautious and they were trying to let it rip. But anyway,
Well, they've been, there they are, in the slow-mo. Just look how Tumina Keri now avoids those punches from Giovanni. Nice left jab there from Giovanni.
And now we're entering the heavyweight division. Bout 30. January Botha versus Sherwin Govender.
Which one is that? January Botha against Sherwin Govender.
Govender.
And our referee is Toto Shweni.
And then,
These are the big boys now.
yeah. And then our next one will be Ukuna Nyo with Antonello Marie. And
The
Antonello
heavyweight
was with
division,
me back.
bout
He's obviously
30.
relicensed
January
after a
Botha
couple
in the
of
red
years.
corner
Put on a lot of
versus
size 'cause he
Sherwin
was the sport
Govender
heavyweight.
in the blue corner.
So, anyway, January Botha, Sherwin Govender. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, it's what we got now. The first heavyweight bout of the day.
And we haven't had a lot of Indians today, so it's nice to see another
Yes, it's
Indian here with Mr.
Sherwin
Govender.
Govender, yeah.
Mhm.
Just in general. I mean, in South
Yeah.
Africa, we don't have. I can't seem to remember like any Indian boxer,
Yeah.
professional boxer.
Neville
What?
Naidu, I think it was Neville Naidu.
Yes,
Back
yes.
in the 90s
Yes.
was the last guy that I know. I think he won a Gauteng title if I'm not mistaken.
All right, let's see what happens now. There's Sherwin Naidu.
Govender.
Govender, sorry, Naidu. Sherwin Govender.
These guys should be, anyway. I think Mr. Govender is not really in this
Yeah.
arena.
I don't know.
He's having a go, but
I'm
I
not
think
seeing
he
much
should be.
really coming from Govender.
Yeah,
No,
I think white collar boxing is better for some people, eh?
yes, that's right. Yeah.
And he's trying, but he's lacking the aggressiveness. But we might be talking too early. Maybe pull something out of the bag.
The good thing about heavyweights, Anthony, is that now, one punch can change everything.
Sure,
Just one punch
100%.
it could be now.
Exactly. If you can weather the storm and you can get past it and the other guy's blown his gasket,
Yeah.
then you can get back into the fight because maybe Mr. Governor steps up to the plate and gets some stuff going.
Yeah, because for a heavyweight bout, this is really the pace is quite impressive, really, for a heavyweight bout.
Sure.
So maybe somebody's bound to run out of gas.
Yeah, and his name is January Botha.
Yeah, January Botha, man.
No guessing what month he was born, eh?
Yeah, January Botha is pummeling his opponent in February. running out of gas now, especially Governor. I think Governor is made. He's blown a gasket.
Sure, but it looks like they're also starting to play
There's
with
the referee now jumping in and stopping the fight and saying, now, that's it. I've seen enough.
And the punches, personally, weren't that hard at the end.
They were not
so
even hard
anyway,
in the end,
That's
yeah.
it. End
The
of
referee
days.
stopped the fight.
Thank you to the boxers. You may leave the ring.
So, but were you impressed with January quarter?
I'm taking so long to answer because I'm not. You didn't bring
We're
anything
still in the
special to
heavyweight
the
division.
table. But
About
And in all
31.
fairness to him, you don't know what that's because
Ngunanyiko
maybe,
versus
his
Ananello
opponent really was
Marie.
not up to the task.
Sure.
Or maybe, because as you say, styles make fights.
Yeah.
Gift Boer, please get ready as
and
you will
maybe
be
who
doing
knows, maybe
pad work
January
after
opponent
this.
with another opponent, he can show better skills. Maybe because he was now faced with an opponent really that didn't really offer much. So
Sure. But if you had to put him against an Antonello Marie, who's the next fight, and that's a serious heavyweight, and his opponent too, and they're both in the heavyweight division, that's the litmus
Heavyweight
test. Can he actually pass
division,
this test?
bout 31. Ngunanyiko in
mean,
the
look at
red
these
corner
guys in the size
versus
difference.
Ananello Marie in the blue corner.
Ananello Marie.
It's nice to see Antonello back in boxing. It's been a couple of years since he's been fighting. Like I said, he fought a couple of years ago. against
Ngunanyiko
Julian
in the red
Cook.
corner versus Ananello Marie in the blue corner.
Got horribly
Antonello
knocked out
Marie.
with the overhand right.
He's about to step into the ring. There he is. He comes in. He's a big shit. The big
It's so
fellow.
nice to see him.
Struggling to go through the ropes.
Yeah. He's put on quite a bit of weight since then.
Yeah.
And maybe this extra size and what have you has added to his boxing ability, because now he's a true heavyweight. Because he was rather small when, I think it was a cruiserweight fight that he had. Yes, it was.
Yeah.
The last fight that he had was cruiserweight against
cruiserweight,
Julian Cook. So he's come a long way since then. Let's see now.
Nico Nkuna from the red corner is in the blue top. He's throwing punches, and I see the bad habit from Nico Nkuna. He's chewing on his, seems to be chewing on his mouth
Come
guard.
God, yeah. It's funny, I
Yeah.
fought Njaba, Loyanda Njaba, and he chewed his gum guard throughout the fight.
Yes.
He also gave me a tough fight.
Yeah. Nico Nkuna against Ananello Marie.
You know what I'd love to see is a second round with these guys.
Yes.
Because they're carrying a lot of weight. Can they muster 4 rounds? Let's see them get past 2 rounds. And once we've done that, we can see the value of their boxing ability.
Exactly, and the crowd really getting involved now. I don't know whether you can really blame these guys. I mean, they are heavyweights, so they are automatically going to become slow.
Yeah. But if we're looking at these guys, they're not athletic heavyweights, you know what I'm saying? They, by size.
Beautiful right there coming from Nkuna. And Marais seems to be reeling, he's in trouble. And he's saved by the bell. He's been saved by the bell.
Thank you to the boxers. You may leave the ring.
Oh, yeah, they're told to leave the ring.
They've made a decision after 1 round.
After 1 round, yeah, the decision was made. So,
and I'm sure people at home can
And
do the same
now
thing.
we
If you
call
watch the
upon
screen,
Gift
you
Boer
can see what they look like
for pad
for
work.
the viewers at home.
Yeah.
And
look now how Marais now seems to be in trouble now. Boom.
that was
That left hand caught him.
it was Antonello Marie getting caught there.
And
then
And
they
the
love
last
each other,
one for
hugging each
today's
other.
game,
And I think
Gift
this is where
Boer pad work.
the bell saved him. And now we're going to see the pads now. Display of pad hitting. Well, it doesn't say here on our script who this boxer is. Yeah, maybe just a special attraction. You know, just
Sure, yeah.
one of those.
What do they call it? The nightcap for everybody here
Yeah,
today.
nightcap, yes.
The finality. This is the last
Yeah.
bit of
Maybe
the
just
show.
to while away time while the judges come to final decision as to who of the boxers are going to be granted professional license.
Licenses.
Yes.
So the boxers can leave. I believe you can see Sean and them leaving.
Yes.
And they'll get a phone call. Yes, you got it or not.
Yeah,
you know.
yes.
But some of us have to carry on working. We've got to interview a couple of the guys after this. That's Kolani taking a kid on the pads to see if he's worthy of getting a pro license. There's nobody in his weight division. So if there isn't somebody in your weight division, you're going to have to prove yourself on the pads.
As you said already, Anton, you know, you can't say much because the pads don't hit back.
Yeah.
You can look good, throwing combinations, but yeah, you're not fighting a real person, so
Sure.
you just never know what.
So if we had to give it on this merit, his legs are moving back nicely.
Yeah.
And Kolani's throwing some punches afterwards to make sure he's blocking and things like that.
Yeah. That's it.
So
Thank
anyway,
you very much. Yeah.
decision made.
Decision made.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can see it.
The decision is made. Yes.
And
After just
I must be honest, I think Raisa looked better on the pads than he did. But I'm not blowing Raisa's trumpet. But anyway, that's how it is. Also, the funny thing is, your opponent can make you look good
yes.
or bad.
Or bad,
And your
yes.
coach can make you look good or bad. Or
That's
somebody
right.
else's coach. So it all comes down to the preferred opponent.
Yeah. Earlier on, Anton, you said a boxer, a bad boxer can make you
A good fighter look bad.
look bad. Yes. But can the other way? Can it happen the other way around, where a good boxer?
People, please don't
make a
leave.
bad boxer
We're
look
about to
good?
do the announcements
Sure.
now.
Yeah,
Maybe
for
the
sure.
DJ
I've
can
seen
play
it.
a song
We
whilst
guys
we
have,
wait for the
fought,
announcements.
I've actually, on my pro tournaments, I've matched guys. I knew this guy's ability and whatever, and I knew that he couldn't actually, on paper, survive with my guy.
Yeah.
And this bad boxer actually did very well against my boxer because of nerves and things like
Yes,
that. So
yes.
getting nervous for some reason. So
Yeah.
a bad boxer can make a good boxer look terrible.
Terrible, yes, that's right, yeah, because maybe just coming in, throwing punches, and then that other guy now is gonna, it's almost like, you know, it's taken to the gutters, and it's got to fight the style of his opponent, which is bad.
Yeah, Peter, some people rise to the occasion
Yes.
at that moment. I mean,
Yes, yes.
there's a lot of stories about that. My favorite one is with Tyson and, what's his name? When they knocked Tyson out, the first one.
So who knocked out the Tyson?
Tyson, yeah.
Buster Douglas.
Buster Douglas. I mean,
Yes.
Buster Douglas' mother had died 2 weeks before that. He wasn't a terrible
Yes,
boxer,
yes.
but I mean, he was in with no chance, and he goes and knocks out the baddest man on the planet.
Yeah, I think it was a 100-1 underdog. My
Yeah.
goodness, yeah, but yeah, he stopped Tyson. You know, there's still controversy up to this day, Anton, because remember in round number, earlier in that round, I think round number, what round was that? 7, 8 or something, where Tyson dropped. And then there was a that last
13-second count,
yes,
by the
13
way.
seconds, and then people said no, the fight should have been over that time.
Yeah.
But Buster Douglas rose from the canvas and to go and stop Mike Tyson.
Yeah, that was impressive.
Yeah, and I remember his trainer, his promoter at that time, Mike Tyson's promoter, Don King, saying there were 2 knockdowns. There were 2 knockouts. If it's 2 knockouts, the first knockout was in round number 7, 8, somewhere there. And then the second one was in round number 10 when Tyson was knocked out. But
So you know the stories of the long count, and that's what
Yes.
happened with Mike Tyson and Buster Douglas against Tyson.
yes,
When what's his name? Rocky Marciano was knocked down in the start of the second round or the first round against
Jesse Chowako.
Jesse, and he's one of my favorite heavyweights.
Yes.
It was a 13-second count.
13
okay.
second count.
Funny thing is, Jersey Joe got knocked out in the 13th round.
Exactly. Now people always, when that happens, people always look back and say, but what happened earlier on?
Sure.
This other guy now not his opponent down. Why? So why wasn't the fight stopped then? So yeah, it's one of those things, Antonio Grass. We saw it in the past. It's still happening today, and it's going to still happen in the future.
Sure.
You know, these things happen. Yes. Yeah.
And the common term for those type of mishaps in boxing is that's boxing.
That's right.
And it's sad that that's boxing.
Yeah.
And when somebody makes a mistake in life and they don't get the right turn, they use that boxing phrase, that's boxing, because
that's boxing.
it happens so often in boxing.
That's right. Okay, now we're waiting for the final decision of the judges.
Well, look, I think it's going to take a while, Peter.
Yeah.
And we're going to knock off for 5 minutes until they made a decision. Otherwise, we have to sit here and just
we'll wait. We'll take a break and then wait for the judges to come up with the final decision. See the ring announcer stepping into the ring, and I take it that this is now the final decision. We're going to be hearing which boxers have made it and which have not. To you live from Studio 4 Ringside in Fendale in Randburg. The boxers who have made it into the professional ranks are about to be
What a
announced.
fantastic game we've witnessed today here in Randburg. Can we all give the boxers a round of applause? Well done to each and every young lion who has tried their best to become a professional boxer today. Well, I hope you've enjoyed today's session as much as I have. My name is Ginger the Voice, and I hope to see you again. And now I hand over to the representative of Boxing South Africa, Shocks Ramagole.
Greeting once more, and without any waste of time, I'm going to call in boxers that have actually qualified, that are actually welcomed into the pro ranks. But before I do that, let me just thank everybody that came through, all the boxers, trainers. We know the amount of work that you put in. Without any further ado, I think the TO will will close it up. I'm going to call all the boxers that made it in no particular way. Starting from the top, Siamtanda Wapela. Please come into the ring. Give him a round of applause. Sandile Vessels. Give him a round of applause. This is our new potential champions. Let's give them a round of applause, guys. Come to the ring, come to the ring, come to the ring. Siamtanda, come to the ring. Sandile Vessels, come to the ring. Where are they? Yeah. All right. Amos Mbande, come to the ring, Amos. Kyle Stradom. Joshua Fellerman. Sihe Chili Bites Ntlase making his comeback. Siyabonga Matula. Asipe Nchili. All right. Mboweni Kotani Hanse. John Paul Khachane. Sibusiso Shabalala. Mwandi Lekraka. Tabiso Lukwani. Sorry if I called it wrong. Nakedi Mutswako. Mohammed Gladstone. Justin Mosted. Denzel, I don't know how to pronounce this. Oh, Denzel Subrian. The only boxer that made it from El Dorado Park. Give him a round of applause. Sasha Tesnel. Carl van der Black. Multiple SA champ, Kaltin Malajika. Tumelo Mpanje. Am I right? Okay. Njabulo Meril. Mechile o Merile. Zankolela buti. Raisha Isup. Another multiple SA champ, Lindo Wusho Kuzoyo. Tabang Jovu. Tubiana, I'm sorry, the same name. And last on the list, Mbulelo Aluvabi. Aluvabi. Guys, let's give them another round of applause. These are all our Gauteng, the real Mecca, new professional boxers. I hope you're going to help us maintain the status quo of being the real Mecca, guys. We look for quality, and we don't just turn professional for the sake of numbers. Congratulations. This is the start or the beginning of the journey. You have just qualified, but not licensed. Let's make that clear. You just qualified to be a professional boxer, but not yet licensed. There's still a process that you guys need to do from here, and that will be medicals, and then you register your account, your name, on Boxing South Africa's website, and we license online. It's a very easy link. It will actually lead you to the next page. However, if you have a problem, I'm always a call away, or you can go to our head office, 1077 Arcadia Street in Hatfield. You'll get anyone there that's in the office. They should be able to assist you. There will be a report that's done to say, this is our new licensee. So this is the beginning. Let's get it right. you qualified but yet not licensed. So you just got your learners. You just got your learners. The process still needs to go. Medicals, blood test, hepatitis B, and medicals from the doctor to say you are okay to actually go into pro rank. So with that said, I would just like to give over to our Director of Operations to welcome you officially. That was just an intro to the welcome.
Thank you very much, Shooks. Can we give them another round of applause? One last round of applause. Thank you. Boxers, congratulations. I know that you were anxious coming to this day, and you made it. But before I come to you, I want to talk to those who did not make it today. You did not make it because you still have some work to do. So make sure that 2023, with your coaches, you work very hard so that you come back here next year and be able to get that license that you were looking for. We're just saying that we don't want you to lose hope. We just want you to go back and polish here and there so that when you come to the ring as a professional, we know that you are ready to be a professional. So let us also give them a good round of applause, because without them, these ones that are here would not have been here today. So thank you very much to all the boxers who came into the ring. Please, coaches, go back to the drawing board, work on that Sanabo, programs, make sure they are active so that next year they will be able to go through. Secondly, colleagues, I want to thank the provincial manager of Gauteng, Ndate Shooks Ramachole. Thank you very much, Shooks. Can you give him another round of applause, colleagues? One of the youngest provincial managers in the country, but he's doing great work. And let us give him those accolades. And I hope that he will maintain the standard. One of the first sparring sessions in the country today, it was seen live across the country, even abroad, by the way. So that's a good initiative, which I think that, it needs to be taken forward. Let me thank the ring officials for the sterling work that you have done here today. And I think for me, with the kind of relationship you have with your provincial manager, I think there's a long way to go, and I believe that there's a great work that you still need to produce. Thank you very much once again for spending the time with us here today. We don't take that lightly. Thank you very much to the ring officials. Promoters who are here today, where are they? I don't see some of them. This is a call, Janice. We need these fighters on the ring. From April, Mr. Shongwe. These fighters must get a chance to fight. Let's not look only on those on the ratings. These are the fighters that we are champions if you give them an opportunity. But if you don't give them an opportunity, they will say that it was a waste of time for them to be professional boxers. So this is a challenge to you, professionals, to make sure that we give these young upcoming boxers a chance. There are those who licensed last year. I believe some of them matchmaker, Mr. Mnisi. In your bills, talk to the promoters so that you can matchmake these young boxers that are coming in, because we need to see this talent. Let me also thank Usis Owner from Sanabo. You worked very well here together, and let us also give him a very good round of applause, colleagues. Thank you, Owner, for your sterling work. I would want to call, as we are closing, Asema Chevelem to come to the ring to just shake the hands of these boxers, and our SA champion, ABU champion, Ndate John Bopape, can also come to the ring. These are our South African champions. Smash Shadebe, ABU champion, come to the ring so that you can shake. Maybe some of them are your opponents, you'll never know. So you must come in and just give them some congratulations. Without further ado and wasting time, colleagues, it was a long day, and I want to thank all of you for being here. And we are looking to see you filling up those arenas. Because without you as fans, without you as families, without you as supporters, there is no boxing. Without wasting any further time, thank you very much to everyone. And thank you to Studio 4, Ringside. Can we give them a very good round of applause? Studio 4, Ringside. Without you guys, this tournament would not have been what it is today. So thank you very much to Theo and team. We are looking forward to work with you, and we believe that this is a good and a start of better things to come. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, boxers. I'm just going to ask you to go to one of our officials, Mr. Mfundo Mvandava, the no-nonsense referee. You might as well go bribe him now. He needs your ID numbers. No, I'm kidding. He needs your ID numbers. So can you just give him the ID numbers before you leave? We thank you to everybody that graced us. We may go home, and safe trip to everybody. Till we meet again.
Here we go. This is how we close the proceedings here at Studio 4 Ringside in Fendale, Randburg. It was a very, very successful tournament, if you like. We've seen a lot of boxers make it through to the professional ranks. Sandile Vessel, Siam Tanda, Opela, Amos Mpande, Carl Stradom, and the rest. And we say congratulations, guys, and hopefully we would like to see you boxing regularly on television, and also showing what you can do as professionals. And this is how we come to the end of the show, and we say good night, and see you next time.